Shabbat Shalom, Mark.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Sandra.
Hey, Sandra.
Shabbat Shalom.
How have you been, Miss Sandra? There's Miss Sister Phyllis.
Hey, Sister June, Sister Sandra, Brother Joe.
Hello.
You had an
Good morning,
experience.
everyone.
Good morning, Sister. Joe had an experience yesterday.
Yes, he did. So he suffered some hypothermia yesterday. So couldn't stand up and shaking so bad he couldn't hold anything in his hands and running of 102. It was insane.
When did you first start feeling ill? While you were out there fishing or after you got back?
After I got in the house.
Yeah. He cleaned some fish down on the dock and then I guess the cold got him and that was it. It was scary.
It was crazy. I hadn't not been able to stop shaking.
Yeah, he was shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't stand up.
And to get a fever. Here you've got chills and it's giving you a fever.
How silly is that?
I know, but apparently, I don't know. Maybe that was something about his body trying to
warm him up,
overcome that. I don't know. And here I was piling on blankets trying to get him to stop shaking. And anyway, I called JJ. I said, I hate to bother you at the ambulance service, but I need help.
It wasn't that. It was a little scary.
Yeah, it was scary. But anyway.
What else did you do besides, what did she tell you to do?
She told me to get plenty of warm liquids in him. And elderberry tea, peppermint tea to give him stimulation, but then take off the blankets and he was in front of he had turned on a space heater to try and stop shaking and she said, "Oh no." She says, "You're doing everything wrong." She said, "You want him to have heat, but you don't want him to have that much heat." She said, "Because you're gonna." He wanted to get in a hot shower. And I said, "You can't even stand up." I said, "I think you'll send your body into shock." And she said, "Yes, he would have done that. He probably would have ended up at the hospital." But yeah, he was fine. He slept for most of the evening and then finally the fever dissipated and he was fine. So
praise you. Hallelujah. If you take
I got better.
Yes, I told him. I said, I lay hands on, I'm one of these. I lay hands on him. So I was over there praying. I don't know. I don't even know if he remembers it at this point, but he was shaking really bad. So
she laid hands on me and I put a foot on her.
But we're out in the cold air. I mean, we hunt, we fish in 28-degree weather, but he said he had left off one of his coats that he usually insulates with yesterday. He said he felt like it just really wasn't that cold, but I don't know. Maybe he didn't drink enough water at breakfast before he got in the boat. We don't know what set it off, but it was definitely hypothermia.
Well, we're glad he's safe now.
Oh, yes. I'm thankful, too. Thank you.
Sandra, we're glad you're safe, too.
Yeah, and Roz.
Yeah, I'm glad
wanted to
you're
say,
that
where
you
were you?
recovered you. I know
Where
not to
were
go
you
outside in the cold.
That you got so cold.
Oh, it was out on the river here. We live
on the river. Okay.
on the river and we go fishing. And like I said, we normally don't have any problem, but yesterday just must have been, it was in the 30s, but undoubtedly it was just a lot colder than he just didn't dress right or something. I don't know what set it off.
I wasn't cold when I was out there that much.
Yeah.
You were shaking when you got home?
Oh, it was uncontrollable. He couldn't even stand up. His whole body was just.
Yeah. If you take a blanket and put it into the dryer, that'll give you heat, and then you can just keep on putting it back and forth. Oh. And then that won't.
That wasn't what she was supposed to do. She was supposed to let him not be so hot.
Yeah. That's what the EMT told me.
Thank you, honey. Oh, here's my coffee.
There you go. Beautiful cup of coffee.
What were you, Sister Sandra? What were you trying to say earlier? I couldn't hear you. Everybody was talking at once.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying I thank Yahuwah. He told me not to go outside when it's cold.
Yes.
So that way I don't have to experience that, because that's something that you have to acknowledge him for. I don't think no fish or bird or anything is worth all of that.
Tell him that. He loves to fish. And me, I was getting.
Did you acknowledge him? Say, Papa, I'm gonna go fishing. Did you say, Papa, I'm gonna go fishing? What do you say? Direct my path.
She asked me to go and catch dinner for us.
Well,
so I did.
he did go. He did catch dinner, and so he got to eat the fish that he suffered for. He got to eat the fish he suffered for about. Well, it was a late.
That's okay. Yakub worked 14 years for the two women. So it's okay. You got a little hypothermia for Sister June. That's love. No greater love than him, man. Lay down his life for his friends. Hallelujah. I thank you, who that he brought you through.
Yes, I do too. It was scary. It's I remember being scared a couple times with the children when they were younger and they had horrific fevers. And that's probably the first time in a very long time to where I felt fear. And I was like, no, don't fear, pray. Don't fear. Don't think up all these things about what's going to happen. Just pray and believe and be thankful. And so it went over. I don't know. I think he shook for about an hour straight, maybe longer. It was not good. So, but he did. He saw us through, and we were fine. So, yeah. Hallelujah.
Praise Yahuwah and all esteem to him in the name of Yahushua. Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Yes. Yes. We have to practice what we believe. We do. We have to put that in action, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Put it in action. So, hallelujah. But I am glad that JJ was there for me. And yeah,
what a blessing.
Yeah, I'm glad that she was there for me. But I hated to call her because she had left her old job, and yesterday was her first day at the new ambulatory unit. And I was like, oh no, here I am having to call her. And there she is. Yay! She's here today.
Praise Yahuwah for JJ. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Okay, I'm gonna sing you a song.
Oh, I love that.
I really can't carry a tune, but I still want to praise him because that's what we're supposed to do. Great is Yahuwah and greatly to be praised in the city of our Elohim. He is set apart mountain, pretty on high, the joy of all the earth is Mount Zion on the sides of the north, the city of the great sovereign Elohim in her citadel. He is known as her refuge. But look, the sovereigns met. They passed by together. They saw, so they marveled. They were alarmed. They hastened away. Trembling took hold of them. Their pain as of an usher in labor. With an east wind, you break the ships of Tarshish. As we have heard, so we have seen in the city of Yahuwah Sabaoth, in the city of our Elohim. Elohim established her forever. Selah, pause, wait, breathe. We have thought, Elohim, of your kindness In the midst of your Heko, according to your name, your Ua Elohim, so is your praise to the ends of the earth. Your right hand is filled with righteousness. Let Mount Zion rejoice. Let the daughters of Yahuwah exalt because of your right ruling. Walk about Zion and go all around her. Count her towers, set a heart upon a rampart. Go through her citadels so that you report it to the coming generation. For this is your Elohim is our Elohim forever and forever. He himself leads us even to death. Toda Ata Amin. Thanks for forbearing. It almost sounded like your experience, didn't it, brother? I said, this almost sounds like what you was experiencing yesterday.
And that's why it was on your heart to do.
I just turned the book and then landed there, so I sung there. Praise Yahuwah. Say, enter into his gates with thanksgiving and with praise. And we have come before him this day to worship and adore him. Hallelujah.
You know, I think Mark's message last night is the most powerful one. I know we keep saying, boy, that was powerful, but I don't know how you could get much more powerful. Really, seriously. That was, I mean, seriously, what else can you say that's not more mind-blowing than Yahuwah being truth? And Yahuwah is truth. And if you don't have the commandments, you don't have any truth in you either. That was very shocking.
Hallelujah. I agree. That was a great message. I loved every bit of it. But I always love all of the word. That's where my strength lies. It's his word. I love his word. I love him. I thank you for always feeding us these good words. That's a blessing. Hallelujah. The part I consider that I'm kind of puzzled on, I'm gonna ask him about it. You know where he said that Yahusha, he that said that Yahusha does not come in the flesh. I was wondering, does that also mean that he comes in our flesh as well, as although he came as a fleshly man, but he, Mashiach in us, we have to say that he has come in our flesh and we are his manifested sons because Yahusha Mashiach in us, which is the Tenderboro living through us, makes us his manifested sons and daughters. So I was kind of wondering about that. But it was great, as always. Praise Yahuwah. He always know what to tell us.
Yes, he does. And that was actually a thought that I had was anyone that is breaking those commandments, you need to go do a double check because it's not him that's breaking them. Yeah, so you need to do a double check right there. That was just last night when he ended, that just hit me. I thought, wow, what a way to check up on that flesh right there. You'll know if that flesh is dead or not because it's he that does it, not us. We just stand out of the way and just let him abide. And that hit me last night. So yeah.
That's great, sister. Thanks for sharing that thought because that goes along with Yehukanan chapter 15, where he said we abide in him.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll bring forth the fruit. The fruit we're going to bring forth is him. Hallelujah.
All esteem.
Hallelujah.
To him.
It's
Hallelujah.
wonderful.
Hallelujah.
JJ, we're watching you. That's cute.
They're trying to fight me to get under these blankets, and I'm trying to fight for some leg room before they topple onto. It's a war, sister. These dogs, they think I am their bed or something. Joe, are you feeling better today?
What? There you go.
Yes, I am. Thanks for the instructions.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I was so strict about some of them, but I just wanted you to be better.
I know. I started
No.
taking off some of those blankets. He said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" I just said, "I've got you too hot, Joe." He says, "But I'm freezing." And he's just shaking. I'm freezing.
I'm
said,
sorry.
So anyway, but see, he's recovered, and he said he had a little slight headache this morning, but other than
That's
that,
not bad.
yeah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Praise Yahusha.
Yes.
Is everybody still snowing?
Our snow is still here, but it's starting to melt slowly.
Yeah.
We're still
Yeah.
frozen.
We finally got snow down here too, and it's melting. It got warmer today. It got up to the 40s.
We've been
We must be
raining
having a heat.
since Thursday. And so I always look at that during this time as wet snow, because if it was really cold, it would have been a lot of snow.
I think we're having a heat wave here in Tennessee then, June and Joe, because we haven't seen a bit of snow, which is awesome. I don't want snow. I can't work in the snow. Like, my car will not function. So I'm grateful, very grateful that we don't have snow.
You know, it looks like we're going to be getting into some of the plagues today. And I want to share something real quick with you. It was Passover about 5 years ago. It was kind of crazy. There was storms out and tornado warnings and watches, and so our family got together to celebrate just the Passover dinner. And I had this overwhelming presence of Yahuwah in me to share with them, which I had not done before, about the blood on the doorpost with the children. And so I went and got some oil, and we together as a family anointed the doorpost of the house. And then we went back and sat down and was eating. And this horrific thunderstorm set in. And I mean, wind, lightning, and then hail. And we were sitting there, and everybody was just looking out the windows. They said, "Oh, it's so bad out there." And I said, "Oh, Yahuwah is here. He's with us. He's protecting us." And the kids were smaller, and I think everything for a purpose and showing them his power. So after the hail had stopped, we're still sitting there. Our electricity did not go out, but the windows of the house within 10 minutes, and I am not lying, they were covered with frogs.
Wow.
Little frogs everywhere, all over the back of our house, our back door, our windows, and everything. And the kids were saying, "Where'd all these frogs come from?" And I said, because we always read through Exodus at Passover. We read through the plagues and act them out. We just remember what happened. And they were saying, "Wow, this year we've got a lot of these plagues right here." And I said, "Yeah, but we're safe. We're safe. Yahusha's here, and he's showing us that we're safe because no harm came to us." But I just thought that was a neat little thing to share. So sometimes weird things happen to us, but that was one of them. It was so neat.
Praise Yahuwah. That was awesome.
I enjoyed being Moses this last Passover, by the way. Thank you for allowing me to be his part.
Shabbat shalom, Brother Chance.
Hello, Chant.
Shabbat shalom, love and peace to you. Nice to see you all.
You too.
That looks pretty good.
Shabbat shalom, Brother Oz, Sister Talitha.
Hello.
Shalom.
And I don't see everybody. Oh, there's beautiful Ishel. Hey, beautiful. I love you. I miss you, Ishel. And Venus must be hiding somewhere. There you are. And where's Mikhail? Is he down for a nap?
He's right here.
Oh, we have to say hello. Hi, Mikhail.
There's the little man.
Hey, Precious. Yeah, so sweet. Oh, so sweet. We miss seeing you guys.
We miss
you guys too.
Y'all have snow now?
Yeah, we have some snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they do. Look.
Oh, yes. Yay.
We just came back from a walk on the.
Yeah, we went for a nice walk in the
Oh, that's
fields.
great. That's great.
Oh, sorry, shaking us a bit. There we go. Nice. Yeah.
Walk.
We got deer number 2 this week, and I forgot to send you guys some pictures. I'll have to do that tomorrow sometime.
Oh, nice, cool.
I need to have done that. I just got caught up and forgot.
Already? Is it getting cold?
Cold. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been cold. We had it's been like 28 to 34 in the mornings when we get out there. So yeah, it's been cold, but they're more active in the cold. So
it's definitely colder.
Yeah.
It's definitely much colder.
Hi, Talitha. Hi, Oz. How are y'all doing?
We're doing well.
Hey,
How are you?
JJ.
Good. Yeah, I
Hey,
was
JJ. How are you doing?
I'm really good. I'm so happy. I started back on the ambulance yesterday, and I had the best day ever. I loved it. I can't tell you. It brings me so much joy because I don't believe in modern medicine at all, but if you have an emergency, I'm all about it. That's when you need somebody. So, I was in blood and doing IVs, and I was just loving it. I love it. I love it. Love it. So I had the best day. Great.
Wait, but you are a first responder, no?
No, I'm an advanced EMT. So there's like 3 levels of EMS. I'm way higher than a first responder. I get to do a lot of gory stuff, and I get to play, and I can stick tubes down throats and all kinds of stuff. It's great. Wow. I love my job. So yeah, I get paid pretty well. And I've got another interview for another part-time EMS position on Tuesday. So I'm really excited about it. All kinds of great opportunities coming my way. I'm very Baruch.
Right. I mean, but yeah, medicine definitely works, for certain things that are necessary.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure.
I don't know.
I make my own medicine, but yeah.
I'm very we're very drawn to osteopathy. Like I
Yeah.
have lots of friends who are osteopaths.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen a lot of it seems to be a science that can really fix a lot of things without being so invasive.
Yeah, yeah. Even they're finding to wearing some minimal to. Have you ever heard of the tobacco patches now? They're saying that but they have ginseng and other good
I mean,
healing benefits.
I've heard of the nicotine pouches.
No, the patches, not the pouches.
Oh, the patches.
They're for holistic type of stuff. They're for healing and they're not for that type of stuff.
Oh, so it's not for you to quit smoking.
No. It's for healing benefits. Yeah, it's got ginseng and other things in it.
Right. No, I haven't heard of them.
Yeah. I was gonna bring Joe some of my homemade penicillin yesterday, but June said he wouldn't take it.
Cool. How do you make your homemade penicillin? What's in
it? Okay. So it's got onions and lemons, whole cloves, a ton of apple cider vinegar, honey, jalapenos, cayenne pepper. I mean, just everything in the cupboard thrown in there, and you let it ferment for 4 to 5 weeks. You shake it every day. Then you drain it out, and then you mix it half with honey, and it just makes this beautiful syrup and keeps me really energetic during this time of year. So,
wow, sounds great.
Do you do the fire cider?
That's what that's my version of it. Yeah. It has turmeric and ginger in it as well. I use the whole chunks and I just slice it up into little slices. So. How's your sprouting going, Roz? Is it going well?
I can't do it here. I was told I couldn't do it here. I have to wait till I get to the next place. So everything is still in his bag.
I'm sorry.
I can't have my bike either because that has to be waited on. I've had a bike for 4 months now, or 5 months.
Where do you live somewhere where you have restrictions or something?
I live with family.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Do you mind my asking how could they be affected by you growing sprouts?
Cats.
My question exactly.
Ross, I have an extra loft. If you're welcome to come live here, and you can grow as many sprouts as you want, and you can ride your bike wherever you want. I have 5 acres. Come on over, sister.
Okay. Thank you. They did get those, and I forgot to send the link. They did get the container in. Again, I'll have to send it. They didn't get very many in though. That one that I had shown y'all. I'll send it. I got something in. I'm going to make my own homemade shampoo. I got to find a good recipe, but I got the basic ingredients for it.
You gonna do like a Castile, or are you gonna?
I've got that soap, and then I've got aloe vera. I bought a gallon of it to be able to mix with it. Somebody else that I know uses aloe vera shampoo. So I've also got some frankincense, so that would probably be the oil that I would use. And I've also got some coconut oil, but I got to see what the recipe calls for. I made my own homemade toothpaste about 3 months ago, I guess now.
Yeah.
And that actually works out really good.
That's all I use is my homemade toothpaste. That's it. Yeah.
Baking
You use
powder
that,
looks great.
Mhm. Baking powder, coconut oil, and I put a little bit of clove oil in mine just for taste. But I love it. It works great.
I put about 10 different things in there, including that I forget what it's, hydroxy something that helps with the enamel. I put that in there too. That charcoal, coconut oil. I think I did put cloves in it. I've got the recipe written down.
Xylitol is really good to put in there too. It's really good for your teeth. And
xylitol is a sweetener, isn't it?
No, it's actually for your teeth, for your bone health and teeth rebuilding. It's in a lot of homeopathic toothpaste. You'll find it a lot, but you can get it in a powder form. I have it in a little tub, and I mix it when I make my toothpaste with coconut oil and cloves. So.
Yeah.
Also, sea salt, like a really good sea salt.
Yeah.
Very good to put in.
Oh, I just got some Baja Gold.
In many other cultures, like they have a habit to rinse their mouths with salt water every time, like as part of their brushing the teeth.
You just bought what?
Baja Gold.
Oh, the sea salt.
It's a salt.
I'm gonna start.
It's got the most minerals in it. It's got more minerals than that Himalayan salt.
Yeah, Himalayan salt apparently is really bad salt. I'm gonna start selling salt. We're importing. I'm bringing a new brand into Canada. It's volcanic sea salt from Colima, from the Pacific, from Mexico. Very pure, low heavy metal, super like one of the lowest heavy metal. Hopefully next year I can go to the U.S. and also expand it in the U.S. The Baja is not so bad. Because I did my research about those salts. There's the deposits in the Baja California in the Sea of Cortez, and then the other deposits that we're getting it from. It seems that Colima is much better than the Baja. I can tell you that. I'll send you some samples when I get the salt going.
Okay. It seems like everything that I get that's healthy for us as people, when I go to share it with my family, they don't want to do it.
Shabbat shalom, Natsarim.
Hey, Shabbat shalom.
Okay, so we're back in Exodus.
Can't hear you.
What's wrong with your mic?
What?
Something's wrong with your mic. You're very staticky.
Everybody turn the mics off. Turn your mics off. I'll be right back. Can you hear me now? All right, we're back in Exodus. We're into the plagues. So I want to get the plagues out of the way today. So let's just do it till we're through the plagues, and then we'll go from there. But I have to caution you guys here because I was in and out, but I heard some of your conversation. And you got to be really careful talking about medicine or medical advice on here because they will strike us. They'll knock us off the broadcast. They won't let us on, and they'll strike us for that. So you got to be real careful. I've only had, I think, 2 out of whatever I got, 400 and something videos, I've only had 2 that they took off. Once it's pretty much gone if you do that. So, you're not supposed to do it. So be careful, because they can actually cause me to, not come on for 30 days or whatever, So you're not allowed to do that on here. So be careful. There's been a lot of people knocked off their channels, knocked off the air for doing that. Okay. Not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to warn you. You're going to get us. They'll strike us. All right. So we're in Exodus, and the plagues go from chapter 7 through chapter 12, like 7:14 through 12:36, somewhere in that vicinity. And unfortunately, I guess for the Egyptians, Pharaoh didn't let the Hebrews go. And because his heart was hardened. And so the Egyptian people had to suffer extreme devastation because of these 10 plagues. And there wasn't a whole lot left in Egypt after the 10 plagues took place here. And then after the parting of the Red Sea totally wiped out their entire army was totally wiped out all at once, and plus the 10 plagues. And so Egypt, they say, has never recovered from the devastation of what happened here. And so they lost their firstborn sons and cattle and all that too. And so there was a huge devastation here in Egypt. And this is a foreshadow, really, because the plagues on them was centralized. Okay, it was local. In other words, this wasn't a worldwide thing. This just happened in Egypt. So it was an isolated thing going on, right? It wasn't the whole world. And this is a foreshadow of Armageddon, is what it is. And there's amazing when you read these plagues, and then you read about what happens when they pour out the bowls in Revelation 16, you're seeing an amazing, astonishing parallel. And so what this is telling us is that Armageddon is going to be a more central, isolated war with right there in the Middle East, and more specifically within Israel, just like what happened here to Egypt. Okay, it's not going to be Armageddon. People, all these controllers, these paper preachers, all these know-it-alls try to tell you that Armageddon's the end of the world. It's going to be a worldwide catastrophe, right? Events. And it's not. It's isolated into the Middle East. It's not going to be a worldwide war. All right. World War III, on the other hand, that's going to kill 1/3 of mankind, will be worldwide. All right. So everybody, this is a foreshadow of Armageddon. So keep that in mind as we go through this. All right. Go ahead, Phyllis.
What separates World War III from Armageddon?
I'm sorry?
What separates World War III from Armageddon?
Just what I just said. World War III is going to be worldwide. It's going to kill 1/3 of mankind.
Time-wise.
Armageddon. Oh, time-wise? Scripture doesn't really tell us that. But one thing that we do know about Armageddon is it's the climax of the tribulation years. So it happens at the very end of the 3.5 years of tribulation. And that ushers in the return of Yahushua and the day of Yahuwah. So we know that where Armageddon is. It's at the very end, right? But World War III, it doesn't tell us. But to guess, if we want to do a guesstimate, and we put it on the timeline, I'm going to say that it happens just prior to the tribulation years. You know, the tribulation years are not the last 7 years, they're the last 3.5 years. They come in the middle of the week. So I'm gonna put World War III just within that time period of the first part of the week somewhere, because the anti-Messiah comes on the world stage in the middle of the week and he kills the 2 witnesses, right? And then he goes nuts. He comes in with there's 10 kingdoms. He uproots 3 and takes over, and it makes 7 kingdoms. And then he himself is the 8th, right? And so anyway, what brings him into power? This is all in Europe too. Okay, all these kingdoms, all these kings, it just screams that it's European, all right? And so what brings him into power? More than likely, all the carnage and devastation of World War III. After the war's over, people are going to be screaming, man, about, hey, we can't be having wars like this. Look at the world, the condition of the world. Look how many people's laying there. We can't even bury all these people. And so he's got to walk in there. He's going to be a silver tongue guy. He's going to be able to give great public speeches, and he's going to convince everybody really fast that he's got all the answers. He's going to say, here's what we have to do. We have to get rid of all the world governments, and we have to get rid of all the world religions and narrow it down to just one government and one religion. And that way, nobody has anything to fight over. Everybody's going to say, oh, yeah, that's a great idea. And they're going to follow after the beast. So I think the devastation of World War III was going to usher him in onto the world stage. So that's why I'm putting it before the middle of the week, World War III. When? How much farther? I don't know. It doesn't tell us. We don't know. All right. Anybody else? That's comments or questions. What you got for me, Chance? You look like you're going to burst over there. You got something, man, you want to say?
Shabbat shalom.
There you go. You see, you got the energy out. So now you're ready to roll, right?
Well, my son hurt my back, so I'm over here limping into this battle here.
I hear you, man. It's not a good place to be.
Yeah, I bent over last night and felt something move back there, and now I'm like, every time I move, I gotta hold my breath. That thing is stinging, boy.
I hear you, man. I suffer with that back pain stuff too. All right. I was looking for something. I can't find it. Drives me crazy. Does anybody got any other questions before we get started here? Or something, anything they want to say? No?
Thank
All
you
right.
for that message last night.
Message last night? Yeah, truth, huh? A moth. All steam to Yahusha.
It's not like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
It's not like we didn't know what you taught us.
Yeah.
But using the scripture just really, I don't know, it just really got me excited last night. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Oh, here's what I was looking for. I finally found it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it was a great message, and I'll be honest about it, that I was just within minutes of broadcasting, and I didn't know, I had no plans. I mean, zero, man. I didn't know what I was going to do. And so that was all Yahuwah brought that out last night. And he worked it for sure, man, because, I mean, it was just falling into place almost perfect. It would appear that I sat here and planned that program for 4 hours, right? But I did not. Like I said, within minutes before I knew what I was going to do. All right. So that maybe that, shows you how great of a message that really was last night. I needed it. I know that. I needed really to hear that myself. I might watch it myself again. It was pretty good.
I think it teaches discernment too. It taught a lot of discernment.
Yeah, it was pretty good. First John is amazing little book because it really takes the entire scriptures of truth and just condenses it down into that little letter. I mean, really, everything you really need to know is right there in that little book. It's an amazing book, man. I love that book, man. And Matthew 24 is the same way. Matthew 24 takes the book of Revelations and condenses it down into that little chapter. It's an amazing little chapter, Matthew 24. So it's all about Yahusha. And the amazing part is the book of Revelations wasn't even written yet when he prophesied in Matthew 24. So yeah, it seems like after he came back and he contacted John, told him to write, what he knew, what he knows, and what's coming. The 3 tenses. He just really opened up and expanded on Matthew 24. It's just amazing, man. Okay, so most of us probably know Revelation is not in chronological order, and it does not telescope. We've went over it 2 or 3 times. It's extremely important to understand that, because if you can understand that, and if you can understand that it doesn't telescope, it's not in chronological order, and here's the big one that most people stumble. Prophecy begins in chapter 4, not chapter 1. There's where that's 90% of the people stumble right there. Okay, they'll argue and fight about that all day long if you want to. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to start us off in chapter 7 of Exodus? Go ahead, Sandra. Get us going, man.
Shemoth, Exodus chapter 7, verse 1. So Yahuwah said to Moshe, see, I have made you an Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aharon, your brother, is your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aharon, your brother, shall speak to Pharaoh to let the children of Israel go out of the land. But I am going to harden the heart of Pharaoh, and shall increase my signs and my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh is not going to listen to you. And I shall lay my hand on Mitzrayim and bring my divisions and my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Mitzrayim by great judgments. And the Mitzrites shall know that I am Yahuwah when I stretch out my hand on Mitzrayim, and I shall bring the children of Israel out from among them. And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahuwah commanded them, so they did. Now Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 83 years old when they spoke to Pharaoh. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and said to Aharon, saying, when Pharaoh speaks to you, saying, show a miracle for yourself, then you shall say to Aharon, take your rod and throw it before Pharaoh, and let it become a serpent. So Moshe and Aharon went in to Pharaoh, and they did so as Yahuwah commanded. And Aharon threw his rod before Pharaoh and before his servants, and it became a serpent. But Pharaoh also called the wise men and the practitioners of witchcraft. And they, the magicians of Mitzrayim, also did so with their magic. And they each one threw down his rod. They became serpents, but the rod of Aharon swallowed up their rods. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as Yahuwah had said. And Yahuwah said,
hang on. Okay, look, remember I told you this is a foreshadow of the tribulation years and Armageddon. Okay, so look, you see where these practitioners of witchcraft, okay, these magicians, these magi, okay, do you see how they are duplicating Yahuwah's miracles? Okay, so in talking about Matthew 24, in Matthew 24, Yahusha warns us several times about false prophets, false teachers, false messiahs, and everything else, right? And he's in Revelations as well. And so he repeats this message a lot about false messiahs and false prophets. So now go to Matthew 24. This is how serious this is. You know it's serious when Yahusha's repeating himself in the same chapter, right? Okay, so he mentions it over here in 11, Matthew 24:11, and many false prophets shall rise up and lead many astray. Okay. And then he brings it back up in 24:24, and he elaborates on it. He says, for false messiahs and false prophets shall arise, and they shall show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. This is an unbelievable statement here of Yahusha. You really think about that. So in Scripture, when you see signs and wonders, that's how the Hebrews say miracles. Okay, so we're like, oh, I want a miracle. Give me a miracle, right? Show me a miracle. Well, they were saying, show me a sign. Show me a sign. Okay, so signs and wonders in Hebrew is a miracle. Same thing as we say when we say, I want a miracle, right? Okay, so what does this mean then? So as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones, that they're going to be doing miracles. Are you seeing that? So what's this telling? What is Yahusha saying here? He's telling us that in the tribulation years, or in times even, but close to we get to the tribulation years, there's going to be more false messiahs and false prophets, right? Because in the tribulation years, as we get closer, the closer we get, the more it intensifies, and the more it becomes apparent. And so more earthquakes, more false prophets, more false teachers. They just keep coming, they're building up and intensifying. Okay, to where it gets to be more than the world's ever seen. Just about in every single category that you can think of, it's more than the world has ever seen. That's because everything builds up to this high level of intensity and volume. Okay. And so what's he saying here is these false prophets and false messiahs toward the end are going to be able to do miracles. And it's going to lead a lot of people astray. They're going to follow them thinking, ooh, this guy's a big time prophet, right? This is a man of the cloth. Look at what he can do. And they're going to lead a lot of people astray. That's why he's giving you such a stern warning as this in Matthew 24:24. Okay, so looking back over here to Exodus, then you see these magicians are able to duplicate Yahuwah's miracles. This is the same thing they're going to be able to do in the tribulation year, so don't forget that, because it says they could even fool the chosen ones if possible. But that's going to be pretty a hard thing to get away from. If you don't got your head screwed on right, you can get in trouble. So so you see the foreshadow here of what's going on here, and then the end times. You know, and I prefer to the shorter increment of time as the end of the end times, because the end times really started when the Ruach HaKodesh was poured out on the 120 in the upper chamber, and Peter began to prophesy by reading Joel 2 verbatim. That's when the end times really began. So 2,000 years, the last 2,000 years of the 7,000 years of creation is the end times. But when we get closer, I refer to it as the end of the end times to try to, to clear up what's being said. So you guys may want to do that as well. Because just to say end times, people really don't get that. It's too broad. It's 2,000 year period. That's why. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance?
You brought me over here to 2 Thessalonians verse 9, chapter 2, where it says, the appearing of the lawless one is by the means of working a Hashatan with power and signs and wonders.
Yeah.
Kind of brought me over there.
That's right. Same thing. So what's that mean? Well, that means the false prophet and the Antichrist himself will be able to do miracles. It also is letting us know that the anti is going to be the devil incarnate. Read that again. Keep that in mind. See what I'm saying? All right. Anybody else? June.
This is really good. I hate to mess it up, but we skipped chapter 6. We haven't read chapter 6 yet.
Oh, we didn't go to 6?
No. There was a couple things in there that I saw that I thought,
Oh, okay. This pause there, Sandra, where you're at.
Sorry.
Keep your place. June, take us into chapter 6, will you?
Okay. And Yahuwah said to Moses, now see what I do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand he is going to let them go, and with a strong hand he is going to drive them out of his land. And Elohim spoke to Moses and said to him, I am Yahuwah. And I appeared to Abraham, to Yishak, and to Jacob as Al Shaddai. And by my name, Yahuwah, was I not known to them?
Okay, stop. All right, so this is cool. I mean, it says, and I appeared to Abraham, to Yitzchak and Jacob, or Yaakov. How do you say that, Phyllis? How do you say that?
Habakkuk.
Habakkuk. Okay, so anyway, this is saying he appeared to them, three guys, those three men. And so this is solid proof that they saw Yahuwah, because appeared means manifested, revealed. Okay, and so there's proof that at least these three men have seen him. And so how did they see him? He's invisible. He cannot be seen. He is a spirit. How did these three men see him? Somebody? Sandra?
It looks like on a couple of occasions he was in his body of light is how they saw him, but he came in the form of a man before them. Like when he came with Abraham, he was a man and he sat down and ate with him. So he had transformed his body of light into a man. That was one way they saw him.
That's right. He had to materialize, had to transform, had to become some type of substance to be seen, especially by a man, because humans have carbon eyes, and we can only see carbon unless Yahuwah opens our eyes up to see interdimensional beings, spirits and stuff. Go ahead, Ross.
Also, Musha, saw him in 4.
Yeah.
Because he was there when the in that inn. So
Oh yeah.
so
Yeah,
that's
when
another time.
when he was going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you? Okay, so obviously he's in his body. His body, he could do anything he wants with his body. I mean, if you read through scriptures, you'll see that he appeared as a spirit. He was unseen because all they could hear was his voice. They couldn't see anything. He has appeared as a light, a column of smoke, fire, body of light, great light, as flesh, even converted himself into flesh. And he disappeared, shapeshifted, froze time, whatever. But people wanted to kill him, and he walked right through them and got away and didn't even get a scratch. For whatever reason, they couldn't see him. And so he can do a lot of things with his body. And keep in mind, this is before the incarnation. So that means he could incarnate his body of light at will. He didn't even have to go into the womb of Mary, did he? No. And so that tells us right there that he did not have to put divine semen into Mary to create his body. All he had to do is send his body of light into Mary's womb, borrowed from her DNA, so that his flesh would come from the line of David, and he grew in there as a baby and was born of a woman, of a virgin woman. For what? Why did he do that? Obviously, he did not have to. He could turn his body into flesh anytime he wanted to. So why did he do all that? Why? Sandra.
Did he not do it in order for the DNA, the seed of Miriam would go back to King Daoud, and he needed a fleshly body in order for the sacrifice Passover to be fulfilled? Because isn't it because mankind, it was the original sin of mankind needed to be, I think that's what, yeah, the original seed of mankind needed to be conquered or something like that. That's why
right.
he did it.
That's right. He had to destroy sin, and that included the original sin, didn't it? And he had to conquer it through the flesh. But I think he's so powerful that he could have done all that and without still not even being born like a baby and growing in her womb. There has to be another reason that he did it that way, because it doesn't seem to me like he had to. Go ahead, Roz.
He's very symbolic with everything that he does. So I think it's partially that.
Yeah.
But something that has come to me before was, how you said that Yahushua was protected. All of his blood and everything was protected from Mary's blood. But what if he also protected Mary before that? Because his body still had to be fed through her. The umbilical cord. So she might have also been protected beforehand. It's just not spoken of, and for her, her body to be able to have him in there had to be clean too.
Yeah. See, that's the problem, is how do you get perfect from imperfection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is where men's imaginations have come up with different things to explain this. And one of them is the Immaculate Conception. And what that is, I don't know how we're getting off on this tangent. The Immaculate Conception, okay, it was not the virgin birth, okay, which what it really was. But the way that the Catholics explain it, it's not. It's that Yahuwah blocked the sin of Mary's mother, Anne. He protected Mary from her sin by blocking out the sin in her mother's womb, so that when Mary was born, she was born sinless. And so then she was a sinless virgin. And then they even say, and that's how she could give birth to perfection, because she was perfect. And that's where then they have to cover their bases. So they come up with she was forever virgin and never sinned. And then they come up with, she was the consumption of Mary. She was taken to heaven in her body of flesh, and she's up there with Yahusha in his body of flesh running the show. Okay, and this is called the consumption of Mary, the immaculate conception. They come up with all this stuff, and none of that's true. None of it. So why did Yahuwah do it the way he did it? Why did he put his body of light, emptied out his body, and sent his body into the womb of Mary? Why did he do it that way? Phyllis?
Well, Sister Talisa had her hand up first.
Talita, go ahead. I didn't see you.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Phyllis. So he had to do it that way because he had to be born as a man in order to be the example for us humans, men and women, to know that we can accomplish this through the path that he put out for us, that we can actually, work towards righteousness and do this, because he did it completely as a man. At any point he could have stopped anything that was happening, but he didn't. He lived it right through, right to the end, as a man.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I agree with Talisa, but also to provide provenance for where he came from, so that they could prove through his lineage who he is.
Chance?
I pondered this one quite a bit here. What if our Creator came down here to teach himself how to have compassion on his creation? And he went through he lowered himself into a fleshy body and went through all the trials that we go through to teach himself how to have compassion on his creation, because the original disobedience, he just wiped us out with a flood. Now we call upon him as a father, and he sees us as sons. You know what I mean? So what if he came down here to he lowered himself to teach himself how to have compassion on his creation and see that we need to grow? You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're hitting on a really huge tangent, boy. Don't get me started. Go ahead, Ross.
So he humbled himself by getting and becoming what he did, as being in a human body. That's the because he didn't have to. So.
No, he didn't. So you're all right in what you're saying, okay? Sandra, I really liked what you said. But in short, for a sign. It was for a sign. How in the world can a woman get pregnant, give birth, without ever touching a man? Everybody knows that's impossible. At least it was back then. Let me see, Kimberly. Let me see if I can get you in here. You there, Kimberly? You all right?
Yes, I am. I wanted to answer the question once.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, here, so you can see my face a little. I think it's because of the seed, because it talks all throughout the scriptures about the seed, and Abraham's seed, he talks about his seed will be for ever will rule forever, right? And God has talked to me about taking the sin seed out, or the Satan seed out. So I think it has something to do with the seed.
Okay. All right. So this is the lineage of the king Daud and the root of Jesse. Okay. We know that he had to borrow from the DNA of Mary to fulfill prophecy. Okay, that he would come from the line or the lineage of King Daud and the root of Jesse, who was his father. Okay, he would have to come through that line. And actually, if you take it all the way back through lineage, it goes back to Abraham's seed. Okay, it's seed, not seeds, but seed. Speaking of Yahushua HaMashiach, the Messiah. Okay, all right. Now, what he did is the reason he did it the way he did it because of a sign. He wanted to give a mind-blowing, undisputable miracle of a virgin woman giving birth, and that was the sign for the world to know that it was him. It was the Messiah. That's how we would know for sure that it was him. Okay, and that's why he did it that way. In all the ways you all said too, like Sandra was saying, he wanted to borrow from Mary's DNA to form his human flesh, because to fulfill that prophecy. Okay, but obviously, what he's doing here, appearing to these three men, was way before the incarnation, and he appeared to Abraham in flesh. We know that, and so he came in the flesh without having to be born through a woman, because he didn't have to do that, but he did it as a sign, an undisputable sign or evidence, that overwhelming evidence that he was the Messiah. Because how can a virgin woman, give birth to a child? She can't. And so at least back then she could. Maybe nowadays maybe she could, but back then for sure they couldn't. Okay. All right, so everybody following me with this now? I don't want to keep digging into this tangent, but go ahead, Chance.
Wow, and I just came to me here too is Yahusha has to be able to judge in righteousness, so we're without excuse before him, because he lived already through this. He already went through it all, coming out of a womb. He went through all the things of the flesh. So when it comes time to judge, we have no excuse. We are without excuse before him.
Yeah, you know what you said earlier? I really liked that, because by him doing that the way he did it as well, he became like us. We became family, right? Because he became of the fleshly family, right? And so he became our relative, our kinsman redeemer in that way. Okay. And so it's the way he did it, we're related. He's related to humanity, right? Because he's one of us. See that? And so by doing so, he became our relative, our brother, our kinsman redeemer, our father, all that, because now he's like us. So we were made in his essence, but he came in our likeness, so he could join with us in the family of humanity. So I really liked what you said, Chance, and that's where that took me when you said that. Okay, anybody else thoughts, comments, or questions? It's powerful stuff, ain't it? Wow. We're just getting started too. All right, June, man, let's roll.
Genesis chapter 6, verse 4. And I also established my covenant with them to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their sojournings, in which they have sojourned. And I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel, whom the Mitzrites are enslaving, and I have remembered my covenant. Say, therefore, to the children of Israel, I am Yahuwah, and I shall bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrites, and shall deliver you from their enslaving, and shall redeem you with an outstretched arm, and with great judgments, and shall take you as my people. And I shall be your Elohim, and you shall know that I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who is bringing you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrites. And I shall bring you into the land which I swore to give to Abraham, to Yishak, and to Jacob, to give it to you as an inheritance. I am Yahuwah. And Moshe spoke thus to the children of Israel, but they did not listen to Moshe because of shortness of ruach and from hard slavery. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Go in, speak to Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, to let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moshe spoke before Yahuwah, saying, The children of Israel have not listened to me. And why would Pharaoh listen to me? For I am of uncircumcised lips.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right, back over here to 9. It says, And Moshe spoke thus to the children of Israel, but they did not listen to Moshe because of shortness of ruach and from hard labor. What's that mean? Kimberly?
Well, I guess shortness of ruach is spirit, so they would have a weak spirit.
Okay. JJ?
I was thinking that they're just not fully with Yahuwah. They're not fully, they're not completely filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, so they're not following his ways. They're like lukewarm-ish, in my opinion.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on this one? Phyllis?
I guess same thing everybody else has said. Their spirits were totally broken.
Okay. All right. So, spiritually speaking, y'all, maybe you're right. Okay. But literally speaking, you're all wrong. Okay. Look at the R on Ruach. It's a small R. You see that little small R? Okay. So, in the Hebrew language, okay, they don't have a lot of words like we do in English. Their words are a lot less than ours. Okay. And so they use words, the same words, to mean a lot of things. Okay. So you have to read in context to understand how to apply the word, even though it's the same word. You know what I'm saying? Like pitcher, right? Pitcher of water or a pitcher on a baseball team, right? Same word, but it means different because of the context that you find the word in. So here, what this is saying is he went and talked to them, but they were out of breath. They were tired and they were wore out because they were working their tails off. And they were so tired and wore out and short of breath, they weren't listening to him. All they wanted to do was go home and jump into bed. This is what that's talking about. Okay, so if you look at, I don't know if you all have this or not. If it's in your back of your BYNV or custom, custom fossilized customs as well. This little dictionary here for the BYNV that goes with your BYNV, and you look down here on page 13 if you have it. You see it? And so in Hebrew, ruach can mean breath, wind, breeze, and also spirit when it applies to Yahuwah. Okay, so it can mean all those things. So context is extremely important. In this context, they're tired from their work and they're slaves. They've probably been working all day long. 12 hours from sun up to sundown. And then Moses went and talked to them, and they're like, wow, we don't want, I'm so tired, I can't even stand up, much less listen to you. You see what I'm saying? They're out of breath, they're tired. That's what it's saying. So that the little R, kind of gives it away too on Ruach. So because of shortness of breath, then Moses spoke to the children of Israel, but they did not listen to him because they were short. They had shortness of breath. And in this context now, breath, they're tired. They kind of, what I'm saying? And from hard slavery, see, because they were working so hard. Y'all following along with that? Now, spiritually, if you want to take it into a spiritual meaning, y'all probably right. It would apply that way, but it's not what this is saying here. Okay. Remember, we have to understand the literal before we can understand the spiritual. So the literal becomes the first step, and then we can go to the spiritual if it applies. All right. Don't forget that. It's important. Okay. Now over here, where it says, and Moses spoke before Yahusha, saying, the children of Israel have not listened to me. And why would Pharaoh listen to me? For I am of uncircumcised lips. What does that mean? Uncircumcised lips. Fellas?
He wasn't raised in the Hebrew customs and language.
Yeah. They don't see him as one of them, is what I get out of it. All right. But listen to this. Moses spoke before Yahuwah, saying, the children of Israel have not listened to me, and why would Pharaoh listen to me? For I am of uncircumcised lips. This is talking about Pharaoh, not the children of Israel. He's saying that they didn't listen, and why would Pharaoh listen? For I am of uncircumcised lips. So this is saying that Pharaoh, he's thinking Pharaoh's not going to listen to him because he's of uncircumcised lips. So now all of a sudden, this ain't applying to the Hebrew, it's applying to Pharaoh. So what's he talking about here? Roz.
To me, it's that he wasn't Egyptian. He was a Hebrew by blood. And when he did what he did and he left, that's taken him out of being anything to do with the Egyptian. And then with the Hebrews, he is Hebrew, but he wasn't there to prove himself as a Hebrew his whole life. So he's just kind of in between. Even though he is Hebrew, he's kind of in between. He's not this one, he's not that one.
Anybody else? Sandra?
He's saying he's just a man. I'm just a man.
There you go.
That's all.
Yeah, yes, because Pharaoh was considered to be a God. So he's saying, why would Pharaoh listen to me? He's a God, and I'm just a man. My lips aren't. I'm in the flesh. I'm human. He's a God. Yeah, exactly. So that's right, Sandra. Everybody follow along, picking up what I'm laying down on that one. Okay, Kimberly, did you have your hand up? Do you have anything?
Pretty much the same thing.
Same thing. Okay. All right. Let's continue on then.
Chapter 6, verse 13. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron and gave them a command for the children of Israel and for Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Mitzrayim. These are the heads of their fathers' houses. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Canog and Palu, Ketzron and Carmi. These are the clans of Reuben. And the sons of Shimeon, Yemuel and Yaman and Obad and Yakin and Zakar and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite, Asha. These are the clans of Shimeon. These are the names of the sons of Luah, according to their generations, Gershon and Kahath and Merari. And the years of the life of Luah were 137. The sons of Gershon, Libni and Shemuel, according to their clans. And the sons of Kahath, Amram and Yishkar and Hebron and Uzal. And the years of the life of Kahath were 133. And the sons of Merari, Machli and Mushi. These are the clans of Luah according to their generations. And Amram took for himself Jochebed, his father's sister, and Asha. And she bore him Aharon and Musha. And the years of the life of Amram were 137. And the sons of Yitzhar, Korach and Nepheg and Zikri. And the sons of Aziel, Mishal and Alshaphan and Sithri. Aharon took to himself Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nachshon, as Asha. And she bore him Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. And the sons of Korach, Asir, Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These are the clans of the Korchites. And Eleazar, Aharon's son, took for himself one of the daughters of Putiel as Asha, and she bore him Pinchas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Levium, according to their clans. This is Aharon and Moshe, to whom Yahuwah said, "Bring out the children of Israel from the land of Mitzrayim according to their divisions." They were the ones who spoke to Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, to bring out the children of Israel from Mitzrayim. This is Moshe and Aharon. And it came to be on the Yom when Yahuwah spoke to Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim that Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, "I am Yahuwah. Speak to Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim, all that I say to you." And Moshe said before Yahuwah, "See, I am of uncircumcised lips, and why would Pharaoh listen to me?"
All right, thanks, Jen. Thanks for pointing that out, man. That was a good chapter. Okay, sitting here that Yahusha spoke to Moshe here a couple of times here. Is he seeing him, or is Yahuwah just hearing a voice out of the thin air here? What do y'all think? What's going on?
I think he's just hearing like we hear when we hear the Father speak.
He's just speaking out of his. He's just hearing in his mind. You think, or is he hearing a voice?
It could be a voice. I mean, I hear a voice sometimes. I mean, a male voice, not my own.
Out loud, you do?
Yes, I do. Not often, like once a year.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I'm thinking that he saw him, he saw his body of light as, the man in the burning bush. So I'm thinking to him now, he's seen that, he doesn't have to go through and keep telling us he's seen him that way. I feel like he's seen him as a body of light appear and talk to him. I do.
Go ahead, Chance.
I keep thinking about when when Yahusha was walking with us, how he was being moved by the Ruach. As soon as the Shemaim opened up, the Ruach came upon him. It was an example, but he was moved right out to the wilderness and tried for 40 days, you know what I mean? So maybe, Masha's here, to free Yashrael from Mazarim, so he's being moved in Ruach, you know what I mean? And I think he's got Yahuwah's probably pretty close with him. Yahuwah's put a Ruach within him, so he's got like direct communication. It's probably because this is an important matter. Yahuwah's coming to free Yashrael from the iron furnace, you know what I mean? So I think, he's probably got a really close connection in Ruach at this point.
Go ahead, Sandra.
First of all, I wanted to give all esteem to Yahusha to revealing that he was thinking himself just a man. Because I don't, all honor and esteem to Yahusha. I'm thinking he heard just a voice, because when he comes to him in any form, he said he appeared to Musha. That's why I'm thinking it was just a voice. Because it doesn't say he appeared to him.
Phyllis?
I assumed that Moshe prays, and unlike most of us, listens instead of telling Yahusha what he's got on his mind. He listens to what Yahusha wants to tell him. And I think that he just, was on his knees looking for that guidance all the time.
It's definitely a back and forth conversation. This ain't a one-sided conversation, that's for sure. Go ahead, Roz.
When they're in there for the 40 years, and he was up on the mountain, and Yahuwah said he was going to appear to him, and he saw his back. That's just what popped up in my head, was about that instance. And that was like the first time he saw him. But then yet we know in chapter 4 he saw him, because he had him in his hands and he let him go. So I don't know what to think about that with it.
Okay, so Moshe has seen Yahuwah in different modes, okay? Different theophanies. He saw him, right? So we have to stop and think, why would Moshe ask to see him, to see his esteem is specifically what he asked to see. Okay. And so why would he do that? He's already seen him in different theophanies or modes, right? And the reason for that, what he was asking here, I want to see your body as the deliverer. This is what he wanted to see. He wanted to see him in his ultimate manifestation, which would be Yahusha. He wanted to see Yahusha. So obviously, he knew that there was a deliverer coming. The Hebrew say that Moshe was a deliverer. They call him the deliverer, right? He was just a foreshadow of Yahusha, wasn't he? And this entire thing here is a foreshadow of the 7 bowls or vials in Revelation 16. Okay? And so this is what when he said, show me your esteem, he was saying, show me the deliverer. Got it? Because you already saw him. So it doesn't make sense unless you understand what Moses was wanting to see. And he says, I'll show him to you, but you're not going to see his face. Could the deliverer, could Yahusha manifest himself? Did Yahusha ever manifest himself with his face illuminated? Did he ever do that? Yes, he absolutely did at the Mount of Transfiguration. So what I think is that the sleepy boys that were kept falling asleep up there when all this was going on, when they finally looked and woke up and saw Yahusha and his body of light, his face was totally illuminated and his clothes were illuminated brighter in the sun. The other two were not. They just appeared as regular men. That's why Peter, he wanted to build them a tabernacle. Okay, they weren't illuminated. They didn't have halos over their head. That's all lies. That's fantasy stuff, made up stuff from the sun worshipers. So why, if he was lit up like brighter than the sun, how is it they could look on him? Well, maybe they just looked at him and turned their head like you do when you look at the sun. You look at the sun, and boy, you turn it away right away, right? Maybe you can look at it for a second, then you turn your head, right? So maybe that's what they did. Or maybe they were seeing into a different realm within our dimension. And so they were the illumination, the damaging illumination was blocked, almost like filtered, where they could look at him and not damage their eyes. It was something. We can come up with all kind of different theories on that, but obviously there was a reason. Let me let this guy in. Joseph, David, you there? Joseph Toad, you doing all right?
I am here.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was going to say, if I'm not mistaken, those scriptures where the transfiguration occurred, all of them fell to the ground from the brightness of the esteem. But in Philippians chapter, I think it's chapter 2, verse, that'll prove what you're saying.
Yeah, so
Philippians chapter
dimmer switch,
2,
remember?
He's
appeared to people.
It says that
they couldn't see him. He's appeared to them to where he was bright enough to blind them. He appeared to them totally dimmed down in the flesh where they could see him all day long. It wouldn't hurt him. So he's able to, adjust the brightness and transform his body any way he wants. We can't restrict him. We can't say, "Oh, you're not allowed to do that." That don't make no sense in my mind. You don't care what you think. He can do what he wants to. He can do anything. There's nothing he cannot do. Let's get that straight right off the top of our heads. Okay, go ahead, Sandra, what you were saying.
So it's in Philippians.
Yeah.
In Philippians 2:11, it says, and every tongue should confess that Yahuwah is Yahusha Mashiach, to the esteem of Yahuwah the Father. So that declares that Yahusha is his esteem.
Oh, yeah. It's all through there. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Yeah, we can prove that his body is his esteem. I could show you about 3 more other places as well as that one. So, yeah, that's established. Is there anybody that doesn't understand that much? That Yahusha is his esteem? He calls his body his esteem. Especially, ultimately, his body of flesh, the deliverer, is his esteem. Everybody with us on that? Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. So J.D. Willis 007 here says, what spirit in the ancient breath understanding, that's Hebrew, Paleo-Hebrew, otherwise it would be abstract or ambiguous in their understanding of the word known as spirit? Please advise. It's all context, man. It's all in context. That's what we were just talking about. So depending on context, spirit, if you will, he's also known as spirit, we'll say. Otherwise, in Hebrew, to them, a spirit would be better translated as a phantom. Okay, it would be a phantom. But so really, it's not a good use of that word if we're going to go back and start talking about ancient breath. Okay, and so better use ruach, and then it's all depends on context. Breath, it's like you're breathing. I'm out of breath. Okay, it could be ruach. It depends on context. So, man, I'm out of ruach type thing, right? Or it could be wind, which is what you feel when you're outside and the wind's blowing. It's hitting you and messing up all your hair. Okay, that would be the wind. You can't see it, but you can feel it. You know it's there, but you can't see it, but you can feel it, right? You can hear it, but you can't see it. And that would be ruach as well. It depends on context. Man, I was outside and the ruach messed up my hair. See that? And then, or breeze, breeze, you know what a breeze is. It's just kind of a quick, hard gush of wind. Comes and goes like, woo, what was that? I'm sure we've all felt a breeze like that. So, woo, that ruach just blew through there and freaked me out, man. I didn't know, what was that? And so then ruach, when it is applying to Yahuwah, then it would be, you could use ruach to apply it to the Ruach HaKodesh, to Yahuwah. If you capitalize it and you use it as in the Ruach HaKodesh type thing, now you're talking about the creator, the perimeter of life, the light. Okay. And so then you're using it in that context. So it's all context, man. Okay. So, I hope I answered your question there. I try to see the questions in the chat room, but I get so busy, my mind gets going trying to keep up with everything. I probably don't look over there for questions as much as I should. So if anybody sees somebody asking a question, point it out, help me out. Go ahead, Kimberly.
If you're still struggling with, you're doing a great job, but if you're still struggling, there's a verse that says that in illness, the spirit of a man, or the ruach of the man, and it's not talking about the spirit of God, but it's talking about the part of us that is spirit from God, sustains a man during illness. So I think that when you're saying that, they were weak because of hard labor and stress, emotional, physical stress, I think you're correct.
Okay. Yeah. There's a time in a man's life, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe three times, that Yahuwah will bring a man down close to the point of death. And then he'll bring him back up and give him back life. He does that for a reason. Okay. But his ruach never leaves you. He even sustains the wicked with his breath, with his ruach. Okay. And so, because if he didn't, they'd die. They drop dead. So he's sustaining them, which means he loves them. Just the fact that they're on the world, they're walking around, means he loves them. Even though they're wicked, he's sustaining them with breath of life. He never leaves anybody. If he does, they die. If he removes his breath, you drop dead. It's just that way. Or you can say, if he removes his ruach, you die. So here with Moshe, his face shone when he came down off the mountain with the 10 Commandments, right? So they made him put a veil over his face. And he spoke with him, whether physically, seeing him in some type of mode or theophanies, or just hearing a voice out of the sky blue, not really seeing anything, but hearing it, like the wind. You can hear it, but you can't see it. It's there type thing, whatever he wanted to do. But Moshe himself had the Ruach on him, the Ruach HaKodesh on him. And even in his presence, he was even in his presence because his face shined like a light. Okay, so he was radiant from the great light of Yahuwah caused his face to shine. And so his radiance translated to his radiance. So radiance to radiance. Okay. But he never dwelled permanently in Moshe. Never. Because that didn't happen until the deliverer came and died and ascended. It's the only time he comes into people and indwells them, sets up residence, and your body, your dead body, becomes his third temple. And he dwells in there with you, writes his commandments on your heart, and lives in there with you. That never happened. Moses never experienced that. That's why he wanted to see his esteem. Go ahead, Ross.
When you said that he brings people down to where it's almost death, that's deliverance through affliction.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it makes them
That's right.
thankful for being able to be saved.
Don't get me in that tangent. I've tried to avoid that tangent on purpose, but I'm just kidding. You're right. That's why he does it, and a couple more reasons why. Now, for one, to humble you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that could be another reason he does it, right? But yeah, I agree with you on that, Ross. Go ahead, Sandra. Sandra, you there, girl? You look frozen. Oh, there you are. You there, Sandra? You were frozen. You're off. Now your mic's off. There you go.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I wanted to comment that this is the second time Musha stated that. Musha's in his training stage right now. He hasn't really become where he fully believes. He's still thinking, for some reason, after Yahuwah told him that I'm going to harden Pharaoh's heart, you speak to him anyway. But Musha's still like still in the middle of himself a little bit there. Because that's the second time he said, I'm a man of a circumcised lips. And he got to understand it's not about you, Musha. It's about me. What I say, do it. That's what I was noticing.
Oh, he's definitely admitting he's in the mind of the
He's in
flesh.
his training process because as he goes on,
yeah, he's admitting
as he goes on, he stops saying that. If we keep reading.
Yeah, he's admitting he's in the flesh. He's like, he's in the mind of the flesh. He knows that. But what I don't like about it is he's insinuating that Pharaoh is above him somehow, like a higher creature than him. It's what he's kind of insinuating here. And I don't like that because there's nobody higher than anybody else, but at least there are kings and there's peasants. I don't mean financially or power wise. I'm saying, nobody's better than somebody else, man. If you think you are, maybe Yahuwah needs to take you down to the point of death and humble you, because you're not. I mean, you could die tomorrow. The person that you think's lower than you or not as important as you might be the person that saves your life. Maybe that's the person that will give his life to save yours. So you got to watch how you think of, about people.
Not to trust in man.
Yeah, don't trust in man. Go ahead, Ross.
Not to trust in man, to trust in Yahuwah.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, Ross.
I got to come back. I forgot.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? I need a reader for numbers. Oh, go ahead, Sandra. Let's finish off 7 now. Let's get back into 7. I mean, where you remember where you left off?
I think I stopped at verse 12.
Yeah, I think so.
And they each threw down his rod, and they became serpents. But the rod of Aharon swallowed up their rods, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as Yahuwah had said. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, the heart of Pharaoh is hard. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he goes out to the water, and you shall stand by the river's bank to meet him, and take in your hand the rod which was turned into a serpent, and you shall say to him, Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrews has sent me to you, saying, let my people go, so that they serve me in the wilderness. But see, until now you have not listened.
Okay, hang on.
Hold on. Thus said Yahuwah.
Hold on. Okay, so the magicians are keeping up with Yahuwah. Okay, so everything Yahuwah does, they do. Okay, they're still keeping up with him at this point. All right. So now we're going into the plagues now. All right. So as he starts bringing plagues on them, these magicians are going to try to keep up with him. Okay. They're going to continue to try to duplicate Yahuwah's power. All right. So just keep that in mind, what's going on here. And this is a foreshadow of the end times. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ross.
It was that he I don't think he thought of Pharaoh as a god, as a deity, but that Pharaoh thought he was. And so when you're dealing with that kind of mentality, that's what I had forgotten before. When you're dealing with that kind of mentality and somebody thinks they're all that, then it's hard to deal with them. And I think that's what he was saying, not that he thought of him as that.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, but the people thought of him as a God. And when he died, he would fly away to the sun. You know, I mean, that's just what they did, man.
That was their customs.
That was their customs and stuff like, But obviously Pharaoh was playing the part, but Pharaoh knew he wasn't no God. I guarantee he knew that. He ain't no man. You got to be out of your mind to think you're anything other than a human. But interestingly, Yahusha was, and the devil will try to duplicate that, just like these magicians are doing. He's going to try to do that in the end through the incarnation. He's going to incarnate himself as the Antichrist. In the end, he'll try to duplicate Yahusha, just like the magicians are trying to duplicate Yahuwah's miracles. Okay, and they're doing it too, but they're going to hit a stumbling block here. So we'll point that out when we get to that. Okay, let's continue on, Sandra.
Thus said Yahuwah, by this you know that I am Yahuwah. See, I'm striking the Mayim, which are in the river, with the rod that is in my hand, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrites shall find it impossible to drink the water of the river. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe.
Stop. Okay, now everybody turn to Revelation 16. Okay, look at verse 3 and 4. And the second messenger poured out his bowl on the sea, and it became blood, and as of a dead one, and every living creature in the sea died. And the third messenger poured out his bowl on the rivers and the fountains of the water, and they became blood. And I heard the messenger of the Mayim saying, you are upright, Yahuwah, the one who is, who was, and who is shall be, because you have judged these, because they have shed the blood of the Kadeshim and the prophets, and you have given them blood to drink, for they deserve it. Okay, so notice here, the salt water turned to blood, the fresh water supply has turned to blood, and all the living creatures in the sea died. The fish died. See how now what are we doing here? This is what chapter 16 of Revelations is all about. Armageddon. That whole thing is Armageddon. The whole thing. Okay, it's not spread out over 2,000 years. It's condensed. It's all about Armageddon. Okay, at the very end of the tribulation years. And so back over to where we just read, I'm going to strike the mayhem, which is in the river, with the rod as my hand, and they shall be turned to blood, and the fish in the river shall die. You see, I've seen the same pattern here. This is Yahuwah's fingerprints all over this, both of them. So you're seeing the isolated war between Yahuwah and the enemies of his people. So this is how he starts to fight them, turning the river to blood, the fish die. His isolated war with the enemy of the people, the armies of the world, and the Antichrist, he does the same thing. He turns the water to blood, and the fish all die. But it's isolated. It's not the entire world. It wasn't the world here in Egypt, and it's not going to be the whole world in Armageddon either. It's going to be isolated over there. You with me? World War III will be worldwide, but Battle of Armageddon will not. It's the fulfillment or the reality of what we're reading here in Exodus. This is the foreshadow. Okay, so that's one of them. That this first plague is the water turned into blood. Is what he's going to do. One of the plagues he's going to do to the armies of the world, the army of the Antichrist, in the Battle of Armageddon. You can see Yahuwah's handiwork here, right? You're doing it again. Same thing. Okay, so let's continue on now.
And Musha and Aharon did so as Yahuwah commanded, and he lifted up the rod and struck the Mayim that were in the river, in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, and all Mitzrayim that were in the river were turned to blood, and the fish that were in the river died, and the river stank, and the Mitzrites were unable to drink the water of the river, and the blood was in all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians of Mitzrayim did the same with their magic. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and they did.
Hold on. You might want to take note of that. They're still keeping up with you. And so if they can, so far, they've been able to make a staff, a serpent, right? They've been able to turn the water into blood. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Have we discussed why and how these magicians can copy Yahuwah?
Yeah, well, why do you think that is? Do you think this is magic? Do you think it's an illusion? Or do you think they're actually doing what Yahuwah is doing? What do you think?
I assumed it was an illusion.
Ross?
I think they've got spirits talking in their ears. And that's what's causing it. The water being red, do you think it's possible that like the red algae that's been going on for years is that kind of thing that's like a precursor to the blood in the water again?
It may be some type of foreshadow or some type of precursor to warn people, but it's not the same thing. I mean, this was real blood.
Yeah.
not algae.
Yeah, but it takes all the oxygen out and kills the fish.
Yeah,
it does it in both fresh and in salt and brackish.
It could be some type of precursor to
Mhm.
it. You know, the warning, some type of warning. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Maybe. Go ahead. Anybody else? You guys picking up what I'm laying down, man, on these duplications. So, do you think that it's an illusion, like David Copperfield type illusion, or do you think this really happened? Remember now, this says, and the magicians of Natsarim did the same with their magic. So magic here could be sorcery, because it says they're practitioners of witchcraft. And so the humans have this type of power to do these things? No. And so they can only gain these type of powers through interdimensional beings that do have the type of power to make these things happen. Okay? Remember up on Mount Carmel when Elijah was having the showdown with the priest of Baal and Baal couldn't do nothing. There was no miracle come out of that, but yet these miracles are coming out of here. So the only way we can understand this is to say Yahuwah, it's Yahuwah's will. He's allowing it. Is Yahuwah allowing the magicians to think that they're doing what he can do? Is he doing it for them to create the illusion that they're doing it? Because Yahuwah has the power to do it. Does the devil? Don't forget, man, Yahuwah's creation is for his delight. He created it for his own purpose, for his delight, for his entertainment. He can do whatever he wants with it. He can play both sides of the fence very easily. He created darkness, formed darkness and created evil. That's what it says in Isaiah. Go ahead, Roz.
What came in my head was that the stuff that he's doing is like a little bit, and that he's like keeping pace with them rather than them keeping pace with him. Like he's letting them do it. That's what came in my head, and then you said it too.
Yeah, and he's having fun. You don't have to do. He doesn't have to do this. Yeah, we can wipe them all out. Just totally kick his breath away, and all the Egyptians and Pharaoh all drop dead. And he tells people, "Go ahead and get out of here, man." But he's doing this. But why? He's getting delight out of it. Can the Creator be happy? Can he have delight from his creation? Yeah. I always try to put a smile on Yahuwah's face. I try to. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was thinking that it is a type of the lion wonders that are going to come forth to us in the end times, as well as it's also the main thing is he is using these places to show Yahuwah's wonders, how great he is. It's to make himself known, and this is how he's demonstrating to do it. This is his process, like you were saying. This is the way I want to do it, and he's using so another thing it confirms is the foolish things of man to confirm he's using it to says he used the foolishness of man to I can't think of the word, deny man's wisdom. In other words,
Confound.
It's what? Yeah,
to confound
the wise. So this is his right. So this is his demonstration to make himself known, and he's letting them use their foolishness, thinking that they are emulating him. That's just letting Pharaoh continue to be blind because he hardened his heart, and this is what his purpose was for. I remember that's what he was for. But this is Yahuwah demonstrating his wonders. And we're going to have lying wonders in the end time, like it talks about in Revelation, like you showed us in Revelation. I think the lying wonders are in Thessalonians, what Chance was talking about.
Okay, go ahead, Chance.
Unrestrained.
Okay, go ahead, Chance.
You know, after these practitioners of witchcraft, every time they seem to have been duplicating the works of Yahuwah, Pharaoh's heart would be hardened right after. It was as if, like, you know, Yahuwah's making his power known, to be sure. You know what I mean? He's really all right, you know, and every time he did a sign, these magicians also did it, and his heart would turn into hardened again, as if he's got a ruach delusion upon him. You know what I mean? And he's in a delusional state of rebellion and a hardened heart, and this is perhaps how Yahuwah is hardening his heart, you know, behind that.
Yeah, well, since Yahuwah does it, and then those witches do it, then the Pharaoh sees it. He goes, "Oh, that's not that big of a deal. My magicians can do it." You know, so his heart gets hardened more. It's like, I'm not going to listen to you. I mean, big deal. My magicians are doing it, you know, and so I'm not listening to him.
There was a part in there too where he says, "Who is Yahuwah that I should listen to him?"
Right.
So
Yeah.
now Yahuwah, when he said that, now Yahuwah is really putting it on him. He said, "Oh yeah, okay, this is what's going on. Now you getting a whooping, boy. I'm gonna whoop you, boy." And now he doesn't even know what's going on. He's in a delusional. He's got a ruach delusion upon him, man. He's plundering. He's beating himself up. Yahuwah's beating him. Man, that's some powerful stuff right there. My goodness.
Besides being a foreshadow of the 7 bowls, can y'all think of any other foreshadow that turned into water here to blood would be? What else could that be a foreshadow of? Chance?
Your water immersion?
No. Okay, so this is I'll give you a hint. Turning the water to blood is the first plague. This is the first plague. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Well, the first miracle was turning water into wine.
There you go. That's it. Very good. Because the first miracle is turning the water into wine, which will appear to be blood red, right? And so here the first plague is turn the water into blood, which would look like red wine. And so it's a foreshadow of that as well. Okay, so anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Go ahead, Chance.
It came upon me, just to clear that up, you know, it got pressed upon me when we go into a water immersion and we've been chosen, we immerse into repentance and we receive the blood of Yahusha. So that water becomes the blood of Yahusha. You know what I mean? So when we go in for a water immersion, the blood of Yahusha then covers us. So that's where I was getting that, you know, that immersion at. It got pressed upon me to bring that out for somebody. I don't know. Hopefully it goes there.
Okay, so we can go to 1 John 5:7, right? From what you're saying, and he came. This is the one that came from water, not just from water, but from water and blood, right? And he was born of the water and the blood, and is through a birth coming out of a woman's birth. You know, out of her womb, the water bursts and you come out in water and the blood. And so I could see what you're saying there. Yeah. That's going a little bit deeper, you know, and off into a different direction. But yeah, I see the relationship, what you're saying. Go ahead, Phyllis.
All this talk of blood and water reminds me that it's prophesied that the blood will be running through the streets like water in the end times.
You know, they say it's going to flow up to the bridle of a horse in the Valley of Armageddon. Yeah, and another thing that was really wild is when they the Romans destroyed the Second Temple in 70 AD. They were fighting them off, and they kept retreating back and back and back till their last stand was on the steps of the temple, right? And they were fighting them so bad that Flavius Josephus, the first century historian in general in the Israel army, said that he could, from the Mount of Olives, he was observing the battle, and he said the bodies were stacked so high and so thick that the blood coming out of them looked like a red river of water flowing down the steps of the temple, like a river. So it's crazy stuff, man. Okay, so obviously the ultimate blood is the blood of Yahushua, blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah that took away the sins of the world. Without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness. Okay, so here we go. The first plague and the foreshadow of the vials and of the first miracle, where he turned water into blood. Okay. All right. No more thoughts, comments, questions? Any more? If not, let's continue on.
Okay. Verse 22. And the magicians of Mizraim did the same with their magic, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened. He did not listen to them, as Yahuwah had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, and his heart was not moved by this either. And all the Mizraim dug all around the river for water to drink, for they were unable to drink water of the river. And 7 yeomen were completed after Yahuwah had struck the river. So is this a type of he's going to give them blood to drink? And it's fulfilled in Revelation during the plagues. Is that what that is?
Maybe, maybe. So wait a minute. We got a question here somewhere. I just saw it. Oh, here we go. So Rick 9988, Rick saying that if Moshe turned all the water into blood, as it says, what water was left for the Magi to do the same? Okay, well, it could be when they dug up water from the ground, they dug wells and pulled water up out of the ground, that they took and put it in vessels. They turned the water into blood. It could be that possibly there was a pond or something, who knows, or anything around there that they were able to do it in. It could be that they waited after the 7 days and did it, but it seems like they did it at the same time. So I don't think it was after the water cleared up that they did it, but it could be, but I don't think so. Reading in context here, but there had to have been some type of water around there that wasn't turned to blood, and they were able to go demonstrate, copycat that power somehow, whether it was a pond, a lake, water in pots or something. Okay, or water they dug up from the ground, like a well, and they went over. It says they were doing it, and they dug all around the river for water to drink, for they were unable to drink the water out of the river. So they were able to drink. Once they dug it up, they were able to drink it out of the ground. So maybe that's the water they turned to blood. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but Scripture says they did it, and so I believe it. I don't know where the source was, but we do know that they did it, and so therefore we believe it. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, it just says that he turned the water into blood in the river, and they were unable to drink the water of the river. That's in verse 21. It didn't say that all the other waters that they could have been keeping there, like they had in water jugs, like you were saying, was turned into blood.
To the river.
So
Doesn't
he
say he
did
did
it.
it to all the water in the world, all the water in Egypt, but it just did it to this river.
So when the magicians did it, they took some other water that was there other than the river water, and Yahuwah allowed it to be turned to blood because they called themselves trying to emulate Yahuwah. So Yahuwah just that he said, oh, you want to find this water? Okay, well, this is blood too.
Yahuwah could have been turning the water into blood for the magicians like he was doing for Moses so that the Pharaoh wouldn't kill the magicians. Maybe he didn't want them to die for some reason. You can't ever underscore Yahuwah. Go ahead, Roz. Maybe the magicians just thought they were doing it. Maybe it was Yahuwah doing it for them, make them think they were all that and more for whatever reason.
A lying wonder.
Yeah, lying wonders. Exactly.
It also says, though, and the blood was in all the land. So is that in, like in the soil, or just in the country? It's because it says, in all the land of Mitzrayim.
And the blood was in all the land of Mitzrayim. Yeah, it does say that. But in all the land of Mitzrayim, but then up here it says, for they were in all the Mitzrayim dug all around the river for water to drink. So it couldn't have been in all the land because they dug it up out of the land. You know what I mean? So I think this was probably what this meant. And this is, and I'm just assuming here now, okay? I'm not saying this is true, but maybe, and the blood was in all the land means that the main water source, and so maybe the whole river probably was the Nile. If it was the Nile River, let's just say the entire river from the inlet to the outlet was blood. And so maybe that is what this means. Their main water source was blood. The entire Nile River was blood for 7 days. Okay, maybe not all the land, because then it would be contradicting itself. So we're not understanding something right here. We can't try to invent contradictions. We just gotta believe what it says. And if you can think hard enough to come up with a contradiction, then you can think hard enough to come up with an explanation. Are we all picking up what I'm laying down on that? Because that's extremely important. Go ahead, June.
JJ had brought this verse to my attention, verse 19. Stretch out over the streams, over their rivers, over their ponds, and over all their pools of water. So that's getting everything in there. And I'm kind of, Roz, earlier we were talking on the phone this week, and Roz was telling me about something about where she lives, about everywhere in, I don't know, Roz, you'll have to, do you know what I'm talking about? Can you share that?
When you dig down within 1.5 to 3 feet, you've got water. We're that low here in right outside of New Orleans, but New Orleans is even lower. Some areas it's 20 feet below sea level.
Yeah, the water table in Louisiana, I mean, y'all below sea level, actually.
That's why they have the levees all around, and that's what failed and why the water for Katrina came in.
Yeah, because it's all below sea level. Yeah. That 19 is something else, because it even says both in wooden and in stone containers. So even the water in the stone and wooden containers. And so it sounds like it was all, but then up here it says that they were able to dig all around the river for water to drink. And so is it saying that it's the water underground was contaminated? Can anybody see that? That it says the water under the ground, that underground springs and underground rivers were contaminated. Does it say that anywhere? So we can just assume then that possibly one of these small hand-dug wells that they were drinking water from, because they obviously were, is the water of the magicians turned to blood. But I don't think they really did anyway. I think it was Yahuwah that done it. I think he just let them have the delusion that they did it. I don't think they did. Because man doesn't have the power to do that. The only way a man can do that is to trick you. Calls it an illusion. He don't have the power to do that. Does the devil? Do you think Satan can do that? Do you think Satan was here present and working with the magicians to copycat Yahuwah's miracles? Does he have the power to turn water to blood, do you think? It says lying wonders when it comes to the devil. I don't know. Kimberly?
Most of the plagues did not affect Goshen. Maybe they brought water from Goshen.
Goshen was in Egypt, though, right? Are you talking about the Mediterranean Sea?
I'm just saying maybe a well in Goshen might have been what they used for the false magicians to turn the water into blood.
It could be. I mean, there's definitely a source of water that they used, for sure. And, the first thing that popped into my mind was that it says in 7 Yamam and 7 days were completed after Yahuwah had struck the water. I'm assuming that means the water cleared up. And then maybe that's when the magicians did it, which would put verse 22 kind of out of context, but maybe not, because it says, and the magicians of Mitzrayim did the same with their magic, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not listen to them as Yahuwah had said. So was that before? I mean, while the water was still blood, or was that after the water cleared up? After 7 days they did that. I mean, it's a possibility, maybe we're taking that would be out of context, though. In a way, it's not, though. But the fact of it is there was some type of clear water source for them to turn the water into blood, like Yahusha did. Had to have been. Otherwise, I wouldn't say that they did that. Go ahead, Ash.
Well, this reminds me like the concept of like what David Copperfield used to do, right? He will, no, because he will disappear the Statue of Liberty, and he will disappear, the White House. And the whole key about magic is that you're not turning the White House into like nothing. You're distracting people from what they should be looking at. Right. So ultimately, I feel that has always been Satan's role. He is the distractor. He distracts you with totally completely different thing, but it makes the trick, right? His favorite trick is making you believe that he doesn't exist, right? Yeah. And that the whole role of his playing is that. So even in these situations where you can see the magicians are acting on behalf of him in a sense, I feel like they are in a way doing it, but I feel like on the perspective of people, they're just being tricked by it, by maybe it was the same blood that it was already there in the river, and they pretended to do it themselves. And guess what? Because they're serving Pharaoh, right? And they're afraid of Pharaoh, so they're trying to make him see that they can actually do it, because otherwise their head is the ones that are going to roll. So maybe they are not necessarily doing it, but they're tricking Pharaoh to believe that they did it. On the other hand, something that I was also like thinking about. Well, let's continue and then I'll bring it up again. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. So I think, for a man to do this, they have to use trickery. You're right. They have to. A man doesn't have the power to do this, man. The only way a man can do it is by illusion, being an illusionist, by trickery. They're tricking you. It's like a magician doing all them tricks you see him doing. It's all an illusion, man. The hand is faster than the eye type thing, right? The only way. But let me ask you this. Is Yahuwah powerful enough to bring fresh water up out of the ground so that the magicians can get over there and then it allows them to copycat him by giving them the power to do it? Or do you think Satan did it? But Yahuwah could have brought some kind of fresh water up to allow them to go over there and do it. They did it for sure. I mean, the way this is why I don't think it was a trick, because there's 10 plagues, man. And with the thing with the serpent, with the staff of the serpent and all that, they're keeping up with him doing this stuff. Are all of them illusions, or are they really doing what he said? Because they hit a brick wall, and we're going to get to that, and then you'll see what I'm saying. But Yahuwah could have brought fresh water up from the ground or anywhere he wanted to, so they could go out there and do that, to change the water into blood. You see what I'm saying? Yahuwah could have done that just as well as he could have been the one that, gave them the power to do it and make them think they're doing it, but it was really him. You know what I'm saying? Ross, go ahead.
When I was in the shelter, there was a girl that admittedly had a spirit guide, and we know what that is. That's a demon. So, and she would always say that her power, so they think that they have the power, is what I'm trying to say, is that when they have something that is talking to them, then they think that they have the power, that they're doing it, that like they're Superwoman or Superman, and so but they really are like these magicians probably thought that they could really do it, but either Yahuwah or something else that had like mediocre skills, because his biggest thing was at the end when all of the firstborns are gone, they couldn't duplicate that. So everything else they could duplicate, but
no, they couldn't.
Yeah,
and we're going to get to it. But from what you're saying, you got to ask yourself this: is there any evidence in Scripture or in our world that someone's been possessed by a demon and they could do miracles? That demon in them could do miracles. Not
they
that I
allude
know
to
of.
it. Yeah.
Not that I know of. I've never seen where a demon makes miracles happen, even when they're possessing somebody. Now, I have heard people saying, "Oh, we were doing the seance, and this ashtray flew across the room," or this woman, all the lights went out when they came back on. She had a big, cut on her face or something. Oh, the lights were out. That's kind of suspicious, right? But what's the deal with stuff flying across the room, or levitating or whatever? I mean, that could be a demon doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Walking up and grabbing that ashtray and knocking it, making it fly across the room, making the people think they're doing it. You know what I mean? But really, I don't see anywhere in Scripture that says that a demon did a miracle.
No, I'm not saying a miracle. I'm just saying that they really think that they can do that because of the
person. You mean?
Yeah, the person thinks that they can do it, and that they because she used to say always that it was her power. She did such and such. And
no, I know what you're saying.
You know,
that's.
She tried to make
people
me
that
think
see
that
things that aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're frightened of it. I mean, that could be a mental problem too, not necessarily a demon possession, but chemical imbalance in the brain. Maybe you know what I'm saying. Not everybody you talking to is normal. A lot of people got mental problems. They see things and talk to things that aren't there, which makes them, and they even see themselves as something other than what they are. It's all up in their brain. It's not really demon possession.
Well, she did everything like you're saying. Like she would just have a conversation with something.
Yeah.
But she also, it was a spiritual attack on me because she tried to make me sing like, oh, that power that you have. I said, no, it's not me. It's the Father. And I said, it's not anything to do with me. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. That's how you believe. It's like, okay. Yeah. So it's, they play like that, that's all in fighting.
Yeah. People, there's weird things going on with people, man. Human mind is crazy. But I mean, there's definitely spirits and there's definitely demons. There's definitely possession, demons possessing people. Go ahead, Oz.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I mean, there is evidence, and we've seen it. For example, there was this guy named John of God from Brazil, and there's videos of him, like with his hand, he's like with a knife, he's cutting people's eye and brain and hearts and taking with his hands, tumors out, and he became very famous for 25 years. Like he was an eminence on. People believe that he was like, John of God, John sent from God, right? Like that was his name. He was a Brazilian. You can look him up, and everything is recorded. Like there's videos of him doing this like live. There will be hundreds of thousands of millions of people following this man. And there was another woman named Doña Panchita as well from Mexico, very famous woman as well, who there is like evidence that she literally, and she said that it was like, the God is working through her to do these types of things. That type of like what you will call, I mean, I don't know if the exact word we should use is a miracle. I mean, could be a miracle because it's like, you will call it a miracle because they literally, you can see it. And it's evidence that they will open people's with like a kitchen knife and take a tumor out or take, like cataracts out of their eyes. Like it does exist. So I don't know if you can, if there is evidence of that type of healing has happened. I don't know if necessarily that's, Yahuwah giving them that power, and then they're maybe like a little bit blurry towards like who's that power really giving from, that they're calling it God, but it does. I've seen evidence of it myself, of that type of work,
Oh, I'm not doubting that there's healing miracles or any other type of stuff going on in the world. Obviously, there is, because 1 Corinthians 12 tells us that there's miracles of the healing and for prophecy and all this other kind of stuff. So yeah, it exists, but it's all, to me, I'll never credit that type of power to a human being. I always credit it to Yahuwah. It's Yahuwah doing it for whatever reason. He wants to do it and and somebody else is saying it's a devil doing it or they're doing it. That's blaspheming the Ruach HaKodesh, which is the unforgivable sin. So maybe he's doing that because he knows he wants to send them to the lake of fire for blaspheming the Ruach HaKodesh. I don't know why Yahuwah does what he does, but it's never a man. A man is absolutely doesn't have the power to do that. It's coming from Yahuwah, whether it's good or whether it's bad. And look at where that witch goes in there, and Yahuwah, Saul goes in there with that witch, and they raise the prophet Samuel out of the grave, and they talk to him, and then it says it was Yahuwah did it. So it wasn't the witch; it was Yahuwah that did it. It's always Yahuwah, no matter what it seems like. Go ahead, Kimberly.
I know a pastor who is converted from a Buddhist, and he was being trained to be a Buddhist monk, and and he said that he could lay hands on someone and take their demons of cancer or whatever, and on himself. When they were given a different host, they would willingly leave, and then he would have to hand them off to other evil people. Now, of course, I know nothing of this firsthand, obviously, but there are obviously some people who have made strange contracts with the devil to move demons here and there to cause a healing to happen, to give glory to Satan.
Yeah, I can go with that one because he is the leader, the king of the demons. You know, so I believe he can order demons to do things. I'll go along with that one. Go ahead, JJ.
Thank you. I was just wondering, you know, how the fallen angels, there's nothing new under the sun, how it states in Ecclesiastics. Azazel came down and taught all that. So it's still divine power coming from, you know what I'm saying? They're fallen, but they still have those sort of powers which they have given to man. And I'm not giving any grace to man. Don't get that wrong. I'm saying that through these fallen angels, they given men, unfortunately, powers and wonders so that they can perform signs and wonders. And Azazel was all about sorcery and magician and all that stuff. If I'm wrong, maybe.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Could can demons and can the devil could the devil have been here and been doing the one that was doing all the acts that the magicians were getting credit for? Was it really the devil or a demon doing it to try to make Yahuwah look bad? I don't really know because look, man, if I'll say it like this, if that is what happened, Yahuwah's the one that allowed it to happen.
Right. He's in full control.
It always goes back to him, no matter what you think. See what I'm saying? If he didn't want it to happen, they couldn't do it. He could destroy them. Even though there are mortal beings, he can still throw them in the lake of fire. There's nobody in the lake of fire right now because the scripture says the Antichrist and the false prophet will be the first ones to get thrown in there. But there's no doubt in my mind that Yahuwah's allowing it. If that is true, it's Yahuwah's allowing it to be true. It still goes back to him. He's still the potential. He's still the power source. He's still the creator of everything. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Sandra.
I just wanted to add, remember when Balaam was trying to curse the children of Yisrael? And the first 2 times he used divination. But the last time he decided not to use divination. So I think it's the same concept as that. Because it was Yahuwah doing it all along.
Right.
Yeah, it's always Yahuwah, man. Go ahead, Ross.
National Geographic years ago showed where I don't remember if it was Africa or if it was in Haiti, but it was somebody supposedly operating on or just pulling out. And what they used was chicken livers, but pulling out cancers. And then they would just show them chicken livers that they had in their hand. You know, so they have that kind of stuff. But also,
that's trickery.
Yeah. What came to mind too was he, with the snake, with the rod and the snake, his rod ate the other snakes. His snake ate the other snakes. So he showed his power there with it. So probably in each one of these things, he showed his power. So it might have even been said that it was the water that was going to be turned into blood beforehand, and they did it, but then he did it and it was more. You know what I mean? It might have been just like with Eliyahu, where they offered to Baal first and he didn't get it done. And then as soon as he did it, the fire came down from the Shamaim Yahuwah and ate, and burned the food, the offerings up. So.
Yeah, and even licked up the water.
Mm-hmm.
The flames even licked up the water,
mm-hmm.
which is mind blowing. Yeah, I mean, it's always Yahuwah, man. No matter how you slice the pie, don't ever give credit to a demon or the devil or a man to do anything. It's always, other than like Kimberly was saying, demon possession, and that Satan does have control over the demons. He can order them to come out of somebody or go into somebody. He can do that. He controls the fallen angels for sure. You know what I'm saying? And they listen to him because he's more powerful than them. Maybe, I don't know. But even then, it's Yahuwah that's allowing the devil to boss the mother demons around, because you know what? All they are angels, but they're just rebellious angels. And guess who is their boss? Yahuwah. So no matter what, they still belong to Yahuwah.
Right.
Even the demons are his.
Can I say something?
Sure, go ahead, Joseph.
We also see in scripture, like you mentioned, Yahuwah is in full control. But in the case with Ayub, we see that Yahuwah gave permission to this unnamed adversary. Sure, consider my servant. Ayub, do what you got to do. So Yahuwah is in full control. So we can just see the power of this mighty being. Nothing happens unless he states to do so.
Yeah, that's a real good point. Yeah, he gave the devil permission to go strike Job, and he told him, but don't take his life. And so, yeah, that right there is a very good example that Yahuwah is in control. Okay, anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Let's get moving here, man.
So, how do you reconcile that when you read in Revelations that the anti-Mashiach will come and he will have these powers, right, to heal people or to bring people together, all that stuff, right? So ultimately, even that power that will come through the anti-Mashiach to deceive the others is really coming, obviously, through Yahuwah, right? That's what we're saying. It's like,
that's right.
Of course, it's like everything is him, everything is in him, and everything is his decision.
That's right.
So
he's doing everything for his delight.
Right. So I guess at the end, what I'm concluding is that he either chooses you in or he chooses you out, and there is no really doesn't seem to be a middle ground for playing around with that. Like, it's because it's like the same way to Job, like happened to Job, right? It's like Yahuwah is in control. He sends Satan, he sends the demons, and I mean, you can definitely see miracles happening through humans, to other humans. I mean, I'm sure JJ, in her experience as a medic, has seen some miraculous stuff that guy was 99.9% certainly going to die, and he lived. Somehow it just happened, right? And it's not that we're giving credit to the person, although they might require a little bit of credit, because Yahuwah gave them the ability and the Ruach to save them at that moment. But you know where I'm going with this? It's like, doesn't seem to be a middle ground for this.
I just want to say Yahuwah is doing it all for his delight. Okay, so when Yahuwah created, it was only him, nothing else existed, just him, right? When he decided to make something other than himself, as soon as he did that, an opposition came with it. Okay, when he made light, darkness came. He formed light, darkness was created. The opposition came along with the product. Okay, and so if all this evil, darkness from light, evil from good, blah blah blah, all the bad stuff is the impurities, the dross, that came from the good. And so he needs to eliminate all that garbage and get rid of it because it's not valuable. Just like we do when we refine gold or silver, right? Same thing. And so instead of just doing it, he's going through all this to enjoy it while he's doing it. Okay? To give him something to do is what he wants. It's just what he wants to do. And he has the right to do it because he created it all. And so the best way to understand that is I always go to Isaiah 45, man. This, to me, is the clearest way. It's Isaiah 45:5. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There is no Elohim besides me, which tells me there's nobody else has any power but him. I gird you, though you have not known me, so that you know from the rising of the sun to the setting that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There's no other power source, man. Forming light, creating darkness. See there, the darkness is the byproduct of the light. Making peace, creating evil. Evil, chaos, confusion, evil, whatever is the opposite is the byproduct of peace. I, Yahuwah, do all these. To even create evil. And so he's controlling it all. He's doing what his will. We think we're in control. We think we have free will to control things and to make things happen. But really, when you pull back all the layers of the onion, it's Yahuwah doing it all. He's doing his will. So our perception of free will is nothing more than acting out what Yahuwah has already planned. Now we get to perform Yahuwah's will. But in our little short lifespan, in our limited minds, we perceive that we're doing it. We're the ones doing it, like we're Yahuwah, and we can do it, like he can. It can't happen, man. He's the power source. He could just say, "Be gone," and the entire creation would disappear. The reason he flooded the world with water was not to destroy his creation, but to purify it. And it's the same thing he's going to do at the end with the fire. He's going to purify with fire, refine it with fire, and then he's going to restore, to renew it, and rule from it for 1,000 years. And then afterwards, he's going to destroy it, and he's going to make new, brand new, spanking new. No restoration, brand new. And we're going to go off, and everybody's going to be there with them and see that, which is probably what the seven thunders are going to be able to live under the new heaven and the new earth, with your new body, which will be immortal, and then in the new city. It comes down from Yerusha, from the heavens, from Yahuwah.
Want the government to support us, to help.
All right. Okay, so let's get off of this subject. We've been on it way too long.
You will. After heavy rain set off one intense rainfall inundated.
JJ, you've got your microphone on.
Check your mics. All right. Thank you. All right, let's go now. Let me see. We ended 7, right? Who wants to read 8? Well, we got to get moving. I want to get through these plagues, man. Chapter 8. What'd you say, JJ? You wanted to read 8? Go ahead, man. Did you say you wanted to read?
Sure, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right,
Bruno. Yahuwah spoke to
right in, man. I didn't even see him sitting there. He just kind of blended in.
Yeah, I know. He's my big old belly.
Yeah, until he moved. Then I said, "Oh, that's a dog." I thought it was a blanket or something.
No. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, "Go to Pharaoh and say to him, Thus said Yahuwah, let my people go, so they serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, see, I am smiting all your bonder with frogs, and the river shall swarm with frogs, which shall go up and shall come into your house, and into your bedroom, and on your bed, and into the houses of your servants, and on your people, and into your ovens, and into your kneading bowls. And the frogs shall come up on you, and on your people and on all of your servants. And Yahuwah said to Musha, say to Aharon, stretch out your hand and right rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up on the land of Mitzrayim. So Aharon stretched out his hand over the Maim of Mitzrayim, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their magic and brought up frogs on the land of Mitzrayim. Pharaoh then called for Musha and Aharon and said, pray to Yahuwah to take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I shall let the people go to slaughter to Yahuwah. And Musha and said to Pharaoh, explain yourself to me. When am I to pray for you and for your servants and for your people to destroy the frogs from you and your houses and remain only the river? So he said, tomorrow. And he said, let it be according to your word, so that you know that there is no one like Yahuwah our Elohim. And the frogs shall turn aside from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Musha and Aharon went out from Pharaoh, and Musha cried out to Yahuwah concerning the frogs, which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahuwah did according to the word of Musha. And the frogs died out of the houses, out of the courtyards, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together in heaps, and the land stank. And when Pharaoh saw that there was relief, he hardened his heart and did not listen to them. And Yahuwah said,
okay, stop.
Oh.
Okay, so here we see the second plague, a bunch of frogs everywhere, thick as a carpet. And now they're stinking. And so Yahuwah did what he said, but Pharaoh lied. And he went back on the deal. And that's where we're at. Now, there's nothing in the files that relates to this plague. Okay. So there's nothing about frogs, this second plague, that parallels the vials at all. Okay, so this was just a one-time deal that I know of. Now there is mention of speckled frogs being demons, but nothing. There's no plague like this. But there is a plague of locusts, and so we could maybe relate that. So instead of frogs, you use locusts, but there's nothing about the frogs. Okay. But notice that the magicians brought frogs up as well. You see that? So it makes you wonder, is this trickery? Are they just tricking, illusionists? Or are they really doing this? And if they are, then must be Yahuwah doing it and allowing them to think they're the ones doing it. Or maybe it's the devil or demon doing it. Maybe they do have the power to do this kind of stuff. But I don't think they do. I honestly do not think they do. Because show me somewhere in scriptures that says that a demon did a miracle. Because I can't find any. And the only thing I can find is when a demon's in somebody, they're hurting that person. They're injuring them in some way or other. I never see them doing miracles through them and helping them. As far as I don't know. If you know one, bring it up, because I don't know any. All right, let's continue on.
Okay. And he had hardened his heart and did not listen to them, as Yahuwah had said. And Yahuwah said to Musha, say to Aharon, stretch out your rod and strike the dust of the land so that it becomes gnats, in all of the land of Mitzrayim. And they did so. And Aaron stretched out his hand and with his rod and struck the dust of the eretz, and it became gnats on man and beast. All the dust of the land became gnats in all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did similarly with their magic to bring forth gnats, but they were unable. And there was gnats on the man and beast. The magicians then said to Pharaoh, "This is the finger of Elohim."
Okay, stop. Well, go ahead and read that next sentence.
Okay. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as Yahuwah had said.
Okay. All right. So here it is. This is where Yahuwah leaves the magicians behind. Okay. Why? So here we have the third plague, that's gnats or lice everywhere, all over everything, all over everybody. Really horrible plague here. And the magicians tried to do it, but they could not. What happened here? Why did their magic stop working? Go ahead, JJ.
I think because they started feeling convicted and they got a little scared, and they were like, you know what, this is way too much. It's too powerful. This is way beyond us, and we're getting scared. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Anybody else? Go ahead, Jen.
Well, now they can't take just plain dirt and make something alive out of it. So they cannot give life.
That's it right there. They can't create life. They can't even create the simplest life. They can't even create an amoeba. They can't create nothing that's alive. And so they're like, oh, well, let's try. And then they couldn't do it. And they're like, they go to Pharaoh and say, this is truly the hand of the finger of Yahuwah, because nobody, not man, not demons, nothing can create life except for Yahuwah. He's the only one. It's the finger of Yahuwah, man. We better bail out. Let them go. This truly is Yahuwah doing this. We can't create life. Even this, a man cannot create even the simplest of life. Even today, science has tried. They've tried to. They've even created a big nasty cesspool, a bud pool that all the chemicals, minerals, and everything in it, how they think life began after the Big Bang. They tried to reduplicate that and make some big cesspool to bring forth even the simplest of the simplest types of life, micro life, that you have to see, huge microscopes to see. They couldn't even do that. After all their mixing chemicals and minerals and everything, they couldn't create life. Man cannot do it. And that's what I'm saying. It was Yahuwah doing all this. Either was Yahuwah doing all of it the entire time, or it's trickery. They've just been tricking people like magicians do. Go ahead, Sandra.
In a study with some other Natsarim, it was brought out that the 10 plagues were also idols of Egypt, and they represented different idolatrous gods of Egypt. Is why Yahuwah used these 10 things. I think they idolized that river, and they idolized the dust. So they had different gods that represented each of these plagues too in Egypt at that time.
That could be. It could be that he was making their gods look bad. I mean, that could be, man. All right. Anybody else? They were definitely a pagan nation. Go ahead.
No, I totally agree with Sandra. Like somebody was actually talking about that too. For like, there is the goddess, which is a frog, which is the goddess of fertility. There is the goddess like Hathor, which is like the goddess of the animals, the cow. So each plague, like the flies, it symbolizes an attack directly, or like the decreation of the Egyptian structure of all these pagan goddesses and goddesses. Right? The frog was the fertility. Ra, which is the sun. This is why the last plague, which is when the sun turns into darkness, the 3 days of darkness. That's a direct attack to Ra, right, which is the sun, to become dark, right? So I do agree with Sandra on that 100%. I see a very deep similarity on the decreation of all the structure of that worshiping that they had.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, all the flies, so we haven't gotten into that yet, but the flies, the first thing that popped in my mind was visible. Hello, dear, the flies, right? It popped into my brain, and we're going to get into that here just in a moment. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Chance?
Oh, Akmark, you got me with the Big Bang thing. That's when Yahuwah made his body a light, right? You got me with that one. It was like a sucker, pow, right in the head. I'm like, oh, let light come to be. There it is.
There it is, man. All righty, man. Let's continue, JJ.
Was that in verse 20? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And Yahuwah said to Musha, rise early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh as he comes out of the water, and say to him, thus said Yahuwah, let my people go, so that they serve me. Or else, if you do not let my people go, see, I am sending swarms of flies on you and your servants, and on your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Mitzrites shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand. And in that yom I shall separate the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarm of flies shall be there, so that you know that I am Yahuwah in the midst of the land. And I shall put a distinction between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall be. And Yahuwah did so. And thick swarms of flies came into the houses of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all of the land of Mitzrayim. And the land was ruined because of the swarms of flies. Pharaoh then called for Musha and Aaron and said, Go slaughter to your Elohim in the land. And Musha said, it is not right to do so, for we would be slaughtering the abomination of the Mitzrites to Yahuwah our Elohim. See, if we slaughter the abomination of the Mitzrites before their eyes, would they not stone us? Let us go 3 yamen journey into the wilderness. Then we will slaughter to Yahuwah our Elohim, as he commands us. And Pharaoh said, I am letting you go. Then you shall slaughter to Yahuwah your Elohim in the wilderness. Only do not go very far away. Pray for me. And Musha said, see, when I leave you, I shall pray to Yahuwah. And tomorrow the swarms of flies shall depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. But do not let Pharaoh again deceive, not to let the people go to slaughter to Yahuwah. And Musha went out from Pharaoh and prayed to Yahuwah. And Yahuwah did according to the word of Musha, and removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. Not one remained, but Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time too, and did not let the people go.
That's a mind blowing. Here he is making the deal and then going back on the deal again. There's something wrong with this guy. Okay, so this is Yahuwah doing all that for sure. Okay, so number 4 plague is flies. And flies were everywhere, right? And so this also reminds me kind of like the end time locusts, prophecy of the locusts. But amazing here, right? So to me, this brings up the Beelzebub, Lord of the Flies, which is really Satan. So it's the demon. And even the Israelites, they hated this. Like the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub, was the one they hated the most. They really had a hatred for this God of the pagans, right? And so they started calling it, making fun of him. They would call him the Lord of dung. Instead of the flies, they said the Lord of the dung, making fun of him, right? And then later on, they developed where they actually really start calling him Satan, rather than the Lord of the Flies. They just come right out and start calling him Satan, the devil. And so, this is a weird plague, and has a lot of foreshadowing here for sure, and everything. But go to 2 Kings. So 2 Kings 1. First chapter in 2 Kings says, and Moab, verse 1, and Moab revolted against Israel after the death of Achab, and Ahaziah fell through the lattice of his upper room in Samaria and was injured, and sent messengers and said to them, go inquire of Baal-zebub, the mighty one of the Ekron, if I shall recover from this injury. Okay, so here we see this pagan God mentioned, trying to get healing from him. Okay, and then the messenger Hugh spoke, and he rose up and went and met the messengers, and it says that you are going to inquire about Baal-zebub, the mighty one. It keeps on going down, and you see, he was hairy. I don't see where it says. Yeah, I don't know. I thought there was a place that said that that he didn't get healed from that guy or something. I can't remember what that is. But anyways, go to. I don't spend a lot of time on that. Let me see. Let's look at Matthew 12:24. Go to Matthew 12. I want to get through these plagues, so I don't want to elaborate too much. Matthew 12:24 says, but when the Pharisees or the Prussian heard they said, this one does not cast out demons except by Baal-zebub, the ruler of the demons. Okay, and then Yeshua knew their thoughts and said, every man divided against himself, every kingdom ring divided against itself laid waste, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then does his reign stand? And if I, by Beelzebub, do cast out demons, by whom do your sons cast them out? Because of this they shall be your judges. But if I cast out demons by the Ruach of Elohim, the reign of Yahuwah has come upon you. And how is one able to enter a strong man's house, plunder his goods, unless he first binds the strong man, and then he shall plunder his house, speaking about demon possession there. And then he who is not with me is against me, and he who does not gather with me scatters abroad. Because of this I say to you, all sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven men, but the blasphemy against the Ruach shall not be forgiven men. And whoever speaks a word against the son of Adam, it shall be forgiven him. But whoever speaks against the Ruach HaKodesh, it shall not be forgiven him, either in this age or in the next, or into the age to come. And so here we can see this very hated pagan God playing out among the Hebrew. And even to where it comes into Yahusha's life, and he has to deal with it. And so the Pharisees are accusing him of. So that kind of tells me right there that Satan can command a demon to go out of somebody. I mean, that's the ruler of the demons. Of course, they're going to listen to him. You know what I'm saying? That kind of gives us that understanding there. But I don't know if this plague is foreshadowing Matthew 24 there that we just read, or it's not, but it could be a foreshadow of something of that. I'm not sure if that God even existed at this point. Okay, I don't think he did. I think that he came out of the Phoenicians. That was, they were infiltrated into Canaan, just like the Philistines were as well. So maybe I think that's where that came from. But nevertheless, became known as the Hebrew actually exposed who it really was, and that's Satan. And so what y'all should be catching right now is that if there's a demon or a God, Beelzebub, whoever he is, Zeus, Jupiter, any of them, okay, they're not real. They can't hurt you. They're not real. They're made up fantasies, mythologies, and people's brains invented them. They're not real. Okay. So if you call on those names and you worship those deities that aren't real, what you're really doing is you're worshiping Satan. And this is what the Hebrew understood. When they started calling him, instead of L-O-D of flies, L-O-D of dung, and then it was revealed to them and they started to understand, this thing ain't real. This is really Satan. And so then they started, addressing the L-O-D or flies, Beelzebub, as Satan, once they understood all that. Y'all picking up? I'm laying down that. Very important to understand it. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just had a question because while you were talking, I'm thinking that some of these plagues are pestilences, and they're part of the curses that he talks about in Deuteronomy 27 and 28 too. They have a parallel comparative as well for disobedience that they were going to encounter. It's like when he allows Shaitan to capture Ahub, which is Job, he withdrew his protection concerning the things that he allowed Ahub to be protected of, even though he was a good and a righteous man, because he always tests us. He tests us. He tries us. Even if we are of him, we're going to be tried. And who is the trier? Satan.
Yeah, all through scriptures, Yahuwah leaves his fingerprints on everything. Once you start seeing that, you can start, as you read through there, you can see, oh yeah, man, that's Yahuwah. He's doing the same thing to these people as he did to those people. It's definitely Yahuwah doing it. And so you can start seeing his footprints, his fingerprints on things, and start, you can see what it's Yahuwah doing it. You can recognize his work, what he does, because he doesn't change. Yahuwah does not change. And that's why you can see that. And even, his creation, as far as everything that he created, everything, okay, the universe, the animals, time, space, mathematics, everything that he created, all fall in line and obey him. They do what he created them to do, and the laws that he set for them to do, except for man. And some demons disobeyed him and got out of the got off track of what he created them to do. Okay, and there's where the problem lies. And so what happened? Man and the demons interrupted the universal laws of Yahuwah, especially the universal law of love. And so it's all off kilt. But Yahuwah's going to fix all that. He's going to put it all back on track. Okay. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions about the flies, plagues? June?
Previous to this, we saw it was an abomination for the Egyptians to eat with the Hebrews. And then we see that it's an abomination for them to be with shepherds. They thought that was an abomination. So here in verse 26, it says, it is not right to do so, for we would be slaughtering the abomination of the Mizrahites to Yahuwah our Elohim. See, if we slaughter the abomination of the Mizrahites before their eyes, would they not stone us? What is this talking about?
Yeah, I think that they were probably worshiping animals. The Egyptians, like cows or something, kind of like the Hindus do. And I think it even said something about that they worshipped animals, certain animals, if I remember right. Probably something like that. So, if we take one of your animals that you've made a God out of, that's an abomination. We're not going to go slaughter that. And if we do that, since those are your gods, won't you come and kill us? Because we're killing your God, which would be a cow or whatever animal. I think that's what that's about. Best I can tell. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Give me a reader for 9. Joe.
There you go.
And Yahuwah said to Moshe, go into Pharaoh and speak to him. Thus said Yahuwah Elohim to the Hebrews, let my people go, so that they serve me. For if you refuse to let them go and still hold them, see, the hand of Yahuwah is on your livestock in the field, on the horses, on the donkeys, on the camels, on the cattle, and on the sheep, a very grievous pestilence. And Yahuwah shall separate between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Mitzrayim, and let no matter die of all that belongs to the children of Israel. And Yahuwah set an appointed time, saying, tomorrow Yahuwah is going to do this word in the land. And Yahuwah did this word on the next Yom, and all the livestock of Mitzrayim died. But the livestock of the children of Israel, not one died. Then Pharaoh sent, and see, not even one of the livestock of the Israelites were dead. But the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Yahuwah said to Moses and Aaron,
Hang on. Okay, so there you go. There's the fifth plague, and it's on the livestock. And can you imagine the stink, man? All those big animals laying around decaying. This must have been horrible to be around all this. But the stench, whoo, all them big animals, all of them dead. And how would you get rid of them? That would be a nightmare. I'm sure there was tens of thousands of them. I mean, we're talking cattle, horses, donkeys, camels, the whole 9 yards, man. Laying there dead everywhere. Woo. I think I'd be bailing. You know what I mean? I'd get me a little boat, jump on that now, and I'll start paddling down river. I'd be getting out of there, man. I couldn't take it. I can't stand to smell a dead animal rotten. I just can't do it. What'd you say, Speedy? Well, Speedy said he started eating on them. All right. Yeah, this is a really horrible plague here. If you can just kind of imagine it. Is there any foreshadow of this that anybody can think of? Can you think of a foreshadow to this in the future? What this is a foreshadow of? What reality it shadows? So, the future is the reality, right? So all this is just shadows or types leading or pointing to a shadow that we can't quite see it, right? It's blurry, it's dark, can't quite make it out, but we know it's there, right? Sandra?
Well, today, our foods are being poisoned based on that. Really, this is really truly our food that we eat. Remember that scripture where Dawood said, let the table be a snare and a stumbling block to you.
Oh, yeah.
That's the reality.
Mm.
This is like the type and the fourth type that in the end times, because most of these are prophecies, they're prophecies that Yahuwah is saying was going to happen, because this is at this time he's trying to deliver them, but he knows that his deliverance that he's putting forth, they're going to fail that. He already know that because he put it in place for them to fail. So in the end times, the deliverance that he's given us, the enemy is fighting against us. And these are some of the ways that we have been fought against right now today. Our food prices so high, drinks and stuff. Is like we was talking before the show, how people were talking about making this and making that to use, because we have poison waters to drink. Our food has been tainted because mankind is so busy trying his best to control the masses. That's the evil, because that's the evil that we are resisting today. This is how I kind of see it.
Anybody else? Chance?
Something I've been thinking on here. In chapter 8, verse 23, it says, "And I shall put a distinction between my people and your people tomorrow." This is the sign, for in this future time right now, you're looking at it, it's like we, Yashrael, the bride, amongst all the Gentiles, we obey, you know what I mean? The distinction between the two. And Pharaoh is consistently calling these people Hebrews. Some of us, by our obedience, are called Jews. You know what I mean? If we observe the appointed times of Yahuwah, that's Jewish. Well, is everlasting life Jewish? You better hope not. You know what I mean? You better start obeying these things, man. I went on to this a little bit. I said, well, if these appointed times are Jewish, is everlasting life Jewish? They were like, so you better hope not. You know what I mean? Basically, who was making a distinction, and this looks like a foreshadow even to now. We are people called by his name. We are sealed with the name of Yahuwah. We're, a lot of us, I'm sure, can relate. We look around us and you got GODs you got people out here hugging trees. You know what I mean? Telling them, hey, tree is my GOD. You got GOD of the grass, GOD of the sky, GOD of the rain, GOD, and we, Yahuwah, we're distinct from the rest, just as it is said right here, the distinction.
Wow. Anybody else? Ross.
Just to add on to what Chance said, I was called the heathen by a Christian the other day.
You are a heathen, Gad. Don't you know that? That's all right. I've been called worse.
Well, you were blessed. You were being blessed.
Yeah, that's a blessing. Yeah.
Yes, it is. They cast out your name as evil. Rejoice.
That's right. Rejoice when they go against you, call you names. Anybody else? Okay, so the big foreshadow is in Zechariah to this livestock plague. So Zechariah 14 speaks of a nuclear detonation. Okay, and this happens at Armageddon when they exercise the military strategy known as the Samson option. Yahuwah comes down, he shields the inhabitants of Jerusalem and saves them from the nuclear blast. And so it says that let me see. Where is 14:12 to 14:15 here. Okay, so 14:12, and this is the plague. See, it's calling it a plague. You see that? So is a plague with which Yahuwah plagues all the people who fought against Jerusalem during Armageddon, because it was an atomic blast detonation, and he shielded it from the inhabitants of Jerusalem, but not the armies of the anti. He let it, hit them. And so the people who fought against Jerusalem, their flesh shall decay while they stand on their feet, and their eyes decay in their sockets, and their tongues decay in their mouths. And it shall be in that yom that a great confusion from Yahuwah is among them, and every one of them shall seize the hand of his neighbor, and his hand rise up against his neighbor's hand. So it's going to go like the world's going to be in a tribal type situation. Okay, so I'm going to be faction against faction, tribe against tribe, family against family, trying to survive. Okay, going on. But this is a nuclear blast. This is exactly what happens to you if you're within, I'd say, 50 miles, maybe 25 miles of a nuclear blast. That's what happens. Your flesh starts falling off of your bones. Your eyes will decay in your socket. Your tongue will decay in your mouth. It's exactly what happens to somebody that's a nuclear blast victim. And then when we go over to 15, it says, so also is the plague on the horse and the mule and the camel and the donkey, and on all the cattle that are in those camps as this plague. Why? Well, because the animals were exposed to the nuclear blast as well. And so the same thing happened to them because of the radiation. So the animals aren't, immune to nuclear radiation. So they were destroyed. They were hurt with it just like men were. So this is the foreshadow of this nuclear detonation at the end of Armageddon. Everybody seeing it? Huge carnage, man. Both man and beast. All right. So there's your fifth plague, cattle, the livestock. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, then let's move on, Joe. Here comes the sixth plague now.
Chapter 9, verse 8. And Yahuwah said to Moshe and Aaron, fill your hands with ashes from a furnace, and let Moshe scatter it toward the Shemoth before the eyes of Pharaoh. And it shall become fine dust in all the land of Mitzrayim, and it shall cause boils that break out in sores on man and beast in all the land of Mitzrayim. So they took ashes from the furnace and stood before Pharaoh, and Moshe scattered them toward the Shemoth, and they caused boils, breaking out in sores on man and beast. And the magicians were unable to stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boils were on the magicians and on all the Mitzrites. But Yahuwah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not listen to them as Yahuwah had said to Moshe. And I just went blank. Yahuwah said to Moshe.
Hold on.
That's why you went blank.
All right. So boils breaking out in sores all on men and beast. Boils all over them. Nasty plague, man. Boils hurt really bad. Okay, so open sores, boils, a lot of pain on man and beast. This horrible plague here. Is there any foreshadow? Anybody know a foreshadow of this? What is it, June?
The boils that break out on man when they take the mark of the beast.
That's right. And so in back over to Revelation 16:1, we see that the first bowl that's poured out causes a huge sore on whoever took the mark of the beast. Wherever that was put, they broke out in a huge sore. And so there's another verse that says that they got sores, which I'm going to, I take it as because of chemical or biological and nuclear warfare. You get blister agents, you get nuclear radiation, just all kinds of nasty stuff come up on your body, right? Blisters and your skin falls off and boils and just nasty stuff happens to you, right? And so I can't remember where that verse is at, but go to 16, Revelation 16:1. This is really important to see this. It says, and I heard a loud voice from the temple or Mishkan saying to the 7 messengers, go and pour out the bowls of the wrath of Yahuwah on the Arets. And the first went and poured out his bowl upon the Arets, and an evil and wicked sore came upon the men, those having the mark of the beast, and those worshiping his image. Okay.
Verse 11, Mark. Verse 11 down there is where it tells about the sores again.
Okay. Verse 11. And they blasphemed the Yahuwah of the heaven and their pains and their sores, and did not repent of their works. And so I think this is speaking of the effects of, because remember now, this is Armageddon. This whole chapter is nothing but Armageddon. And so the short story leading up to the return of Yahushua is what this is. There's a long story, a medium story, and a short story. This is the short story. He just bypasses everything else, all the other events of the end times, and goes straight to Armageddon here in chapter 16. So this has to be the effects of the nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare, all these sores on everybody, and which is really devastating and painful. But up here in 1 is the mark of the beast. Look, what this is telling us is by the time Armageddon gets here, the mark of the beast has already been implemented. You see that? So that helps us in the timeline of that. So somewhere between the middle of the week, the beginning of the last 3.5 years to Armageddon, the beginning of Armageddon is when that mark of the beast is implemented. It's already been implemented because it says so. Pour out your bowl on the earth, and an evil, wicked sore came upon the men, those having the mark of the beast. So this is absolutely alerting us to the fact that the mark of the beast has already happened by the time Armageddon gets here. It's been implemented already. All right, so there's that number 6 plague is huge foreshadow of the coming war of Armageddon with the nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare and the effects of it. And don't forget, the World War III is going to be the same thing. It's going to be nuclear, biological, and chemical as well, but it's going to be worldwide. And that's why the whole world's going to be plunged into tribal warfare, little isolated wars everywhere. Family against family, this tribe against that tribe, this kind of thing. Maybe even race against race, who knows? But everybody's going to be trying to get everybody else's supplies because there ain't going to be any supplies. And the food supply is going to be diminished, and water may become a very, very sought out commodity. And if you have water, they may be coming at you, shooting like crazy, trying to get that water from you. You can't live without water too long. They'll kill you for water. You better believe that. So the time comes, you got water supply, don't tell anybody. Go around and act like them. If you have food, you have water, and everybody else is starving and they're all real skinny and thin and dried up and just miserable, don't you go out there looking like you just ate and drank. They don't know you got food and water and they're coming after you. You got to look like them. Look all slow, like you're starving, So they don't understand that, they don't realize that you got supplies. So that if you did, they're coming for them. But anyway, wow, what a plague this one is. What a foreshadow. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, Joe, let's go.
9:13. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, rise early in the morning and stand before Pharaoh, and say to him, Thus said Yahuwah Elohim of the Hebrews, Let my people go, so that they serve me. For at this time I am sending all my plagues under your heart, and on your servants, and on your people, so that you know that there is no one like me in all the Eretz. Now, if I had stretched out my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, then you would have been cut off from the Eretz. And for this reason I have raised you up, in order to show you my power, and in order to declare my name in all the Eretz. You still exalt yourself against my people, in that you do not let them go. See, tomorrow about this time I am causing very heavy hail to rain down, such as has not been seen, which has not been in Mitzrayim from the yom of its founding until now. And now bring your livestock to safety, and all that you have in the field, for the hail shall come down on every man and every beast which is found in the field, and is not brought home, and they shall die. Those among the servants of Pharaoh who feared the word of Yahuwah made their servants and livestock flee to the houses. But those who did not set their heart on the word of Yahuwah.
Hang on. I lost y'all for somehow. Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Okay. All right. 7th plague, hail. Great hail. Hey, Ross, let me get you. There you go. All right, great hail. 7th plague. Any foreshadow of great hail?
It's in Revelations.
Yeah, there is. It's
200-pound hail.
Yeah, go to Revelation 16 again. Back to Armageddon. See what I'm saying about this being a foreshadow of Armageddon? Back to Armageddon again. Revelation 16. Look at 21. Oh, first of all, look at 13. I want to point out 16:13 real quick. Revelation 16:13. And I saw coming out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the behemoth, the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet, 3 unclean phantoms as frogs. For they are ruachs of demons. See, that's what I was talking about. About the frog plague. So, I mean, we could see that connection, right? About the frog.
And they're doing signs. See right there where it says, and they're doing signs, so we don't have to be surprised about
go out
these that
to
are practicing
the entire world, together them to battle of that great Yom of Yahuwah the Almighty. That's Armageddon. Okay, so that's the frogs, but I wanted to show you the great hail in 16:21. And great hail from the heaven fell upon men, every hailstone about the weight of a talent, which is about 125 pounds. And men blasphemed Yahuwah for the plague of the hail, because the plague was exceedingly great. That's a definite foreshadow, man. Do we see that in Exodus 9:18 here, the great hail plague being a foreshadow of the great hail. The day in Armageddon, the battle of Yahuwah Armageddon, in Revelation 16:21. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, so number 7, hail. Great hail. Huge foreshadow. This plague here is great. They blasphemed Yahuwah because of how great this plague was of the hail. I mean, 125-pound ice balls coming down on top of your head. You get hit by just one of them, you're dead. Promise you that. All right, let's go on. Go ahead, Joe.
Verse 21. But those who did not set their hearts on the word of Yahuwah left their servants and livestock in the field. Then Yahuwah said to Moshe, Stretch out your hand toward the Shemoth, and let there be hail in all the land of Mitzrayim, on man, on beast, on every field, plant of the field, throughout the land of the Mitzrayim. Then Musa stretched out his rod toward the Shemin, and Yahuwah sent thunder and hail, and fire came down to the Eretz, and Yahuwah rained hail on the land of Mitzrayim. Thus there came to be hail, and fire flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy, such as had not been in all the land of Mitzrayim since it became a nation. And the hail smote in all the land of Mitzrayim, all that was in the field, both man and beast. And the hail smote every plant of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were, there was no hail. Pharaoh then sent and called for Musa and Aaron, and said to them, I have sinned this time. Yahuwah is righteous, and my people and I are wrong. Pray to Yahuwah, for there has been enough of the thunder and hail of Elohim, and I am letting you go, so that you stay no longer. And Musa said to him, as long as I go out of the city, let me spread out my hands to Yahuwah. Let the thunder cease and the hail be no more, so that you know that the Eretz belong to Yahuwah. But as far as you and your servants, I know that you do not yet fear before Yahuwah Elohim. And the flax and the barley were smitten, for the barley was in the head and the flax was in bud. But the wheat and the spelt were not smitten, for they were late crops. And Musa went out of the city from Pharaoh and spread out his hands to Yahuwah, and the thunder and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured on the Eretz. And Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunder had ceased, yet he sinned again, and he hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the children of Israel go, as Yahuwah had said through Musa. What a dummy.
Unbelievable, man, that he would do that again. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I have a question. Where did the animals come from? Because every beast of the field died from the last plague, or one of the plagues.
Well, I think that was their livestock that died in the plague of the livestock plague of the fifth plague. I think this is talking about the wild animals. You know, I think. Where's that verse at? It's in where is that? Where it comes out and kills the animals. Oh, 22. So let me see. 21 says, but those who did not set their heart on the word of Yahuwah left their servants and livestock in the field. The servants of Pharaoh who feared the word of Yahuwah made their servants and livestock flee to the houses. But those who did not set their hearts on the word of Yahuwah left their servants and livestock in the field. And they stretched out his hand toward the rain, and there be hail in all the land, on man and beast, and on every plant throughout the land. Wow. And sent thunder and hail, and fire came down to the Eretz, and Yahuwah rained hail on the land. I don't, I know that it didn't hurt the children of Israel's livestock.
But see, in chapter 9, verse 7, it says that not even one of the livestock of the Israelites was dead. But
right.
Okay, but before that, I'm sorry, and all the livestock of Mitzrayim died.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? They probably just got their livestock from
the Israelites.
Yeah,
they probably bought some, but replenished it with the Israelite livestock and stuff like that. Yeah, something to that effect, I'm sure. Okay. That blows my mind that Pharaoh still hasn't did what he's supposed to do after all, and he's lying. I'll do it. Take it away, I'll do it, and then he doesn't. I mean, what? You got to be kidding me, man. I mean, so that's something like a little kid would do. Go ahead, Sandra.
I'm kind of wondering, is this also a pre-shadow of the first crops being destroyed? Because the children of Israel, when they were disobedient, they were taken into captivity for 70 years. So they were kind of like the first fruits, but then he come later on, we become the first fruits because we're the later crop. That's what I was kind of hearing in my mind when I was reading this. Hi, Isabella. Hi, Sion. How are you doing? You look beautiful, both of you.
Go ahead, Roz.
It's not just Pharaoh, it's Yahuwah hardening his heart. That's why Pharaoh keeps turning and not letting him go. Because remember, before the plagues even started, when the first time that Musha went there, he said, if you don't let this is from Yahuwah, if you don't let my children come and worship me, I will take the life of your firstborn son. And that's what it's heading towards. All of this disobedience, but it's actually, he's hardening the heart, but it's to show his strong arm to the Mizraim.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely Yahuwah's the one that's, causing Pharaoh not to listen. And I got to agree with you. Pharaoh probably doesn't have a choice in what's going on here, So this is again, screaming predestination, isn't it? Predestination.
Look at the camera lens right there on the keep.
Okay, any other comments? Or questions? Go ahead, Joan.
Yeah, this reminds me that right before you have this thing moving in,
yeah,
you've got two witnesses on the scene here. You've got Moses and Aaron. And over in Revelations 11, you got the two witnesses that show up before death comes too.
Oh,
so
wow.
it says in verse 8, and their dead bodies would lie in the street of the great city, which is ruoculi called Sodom and Mitzrayim. So we've got, I just feel like that the foreshadow here is Mitzrayim, and here's what's going to be happening in Jerusalem when their two witnesses come on the scene. And so these two witnesses are bringing death in the end, and so are these two witnesses. So they're telling them what Yahuwah is saying, and they need to be listening.
Yeah, he even calls them Mitzrayim. That's crazy. There's a direct connection right there. He's even calling them Mitzrayim, man. Yeah, so definitely a foreshadow here.
What verse was that in Revelation? I'd like to write it down. That was good insight.
Yeah, that was
yeah, it's 11 and 8.
All right, so seventh plague, hail. A lot of foreshadowing right there in that, man. For sure. See where it says in 34, and Pharaoh saw the rain, the hail, the thunder had ceased. You see all that? So we talked about all that. Look over at back to Revelations there. We'd be, let me see. Look at 8, Revelations 8, verse 5. And the messenger took the censer and filled it with fire from the altar and threw it to the arets. And there were noises and thunders and lightnings and an earthquake. See that? So what that is, that's the conclusion of that story. Each three stories, the long story, the medium story, and the short story, all end precisely at the same place, which is Armageddon, the day of Yahuwah, return of Yahusha. And that little conclusion there we find at the end of each story, and there were noises, thunders, lightnings, earthquake. One of them adds a hail to it. One of the conclusions, I think in 11, has that. Me is that right there. It's just condensed, and it means Armageddon. It points to Armageddon. It's just condensed it's condensed down to a conclusion. The conclusion of the story. So let me see. 11:19 is another one. And so this would be the conclusion to the medium story, which is the trumpets. The seals is the long story. The trumpets is the medium, and the bowls is the short. And so the conclusion is the same in the medium story in 11:19. And the temple of Yahuwah was opened in the heaven, and the ark of the covenant was seen in his temple. And there came to be lightnings and voices and thunders and an earthquake and great hail. There it is. So there's the same exact conclusion. So that right there is absolute, undisputable proof that Revelations is not in chronological order, nor does it telescope. It cannot. It ends exactly the same place, and they have the exact same conclusion. So therefore, they cannot be in chronological order or telescope, like the controllers teach you. They're wrong. And then the other one is in 16:18, the short story. Same exact conclusion. 16:18, and there came to be noises and thunders and lightnings, and there came to be a great earthquake. Such a great earthquake as had not come to be since men were on the Eretz. And then it expands out the conclusion, because this is the end. It's done now. It's over. This is the end. This Armageddon. It's done. And so he expands the conclusion out just a little bit more here. To 21, it says, "And great hail from the heaven fell upon men, every hailstone about the weight of a talent, and men blasphemed Yahuwah for the plagues of the hail, because the plague was exceedingly great." So you see, the long story, the seals, medium story, the trumpets, and the short story, the bowls all have the same conclusion. They all end at the same place, which is the day of Yahuwah, return of Yahusha, Armageddon. It all ends at the same place, and they all have the same conclusion. Powerful. It's crazy. Okay. So anyway, back over to Exodus.
What was the long story? I missed it.
What you mean?
What was the you said it concluded. What was the verse for the long story?
Oh, let me look. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. It was in 11. It's 11. What was that? 11 something. I'm losing my pages here. That would be 19. 11:19 for the trumpets. And
What's the medium story then? Because I had 11:19 as the medium story.
It is. The medium story is the trumpets.
Okay.
And 11:19 is the conclusion. The trumpets has a lot more words than the seals, but see, it starts at a different time period. So the trumpet starts with World War I, where the seals start with the birth of Christianity, of Catholicism, at the year 300 AD. The trumpet starts with 1914, World War I. That's why the seals is a longer story, because it expands over a longer period of time. But the trumpets has more words. The conclusion to the seals is in 8:5. Is the long story. And then, of course, the short story is in Revelation 16.
Thank you.
At the end of the Battle of Armageddon. Okay, let's get back to Exodus 10. Who wants to read it? Exodus 10. We're going into the 8th plague now. Who wants to read that one?
I'll be happy to read again if nobody else wants to.
Go ahead then.
Okay, chapter 10. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the hearts of his servants, so that I show these signs of mine before him, and that you relate in the hearing of your son and your son's son what I have done in Mitzrayim, and my signs which I have done among them, and you shall know that I am Yahuwah. And Moshe and Aaron came in to Pharaoh and said to him, thus said Yahuwah, Elohim of the Hebrews, till when shall you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, so that they serve me. Or else, if you refuse to let my people go, see, tomorrow I am bringing locusts within your borders, and they shall cover the surface of the land, so that no one is able to see the land. And they shall eat the rest of what has escaped, which remains to you from the hail. And they shall eat every tree which grows up for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrites, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the yom that they were on the Eretz to this yom. Then he turned and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said to him, till when would this one be a snare to us? Let the men go, so that they serve Yahuwah their Elohim. Do you not yet know that Mitzrayim is destroyed? And Moshe and Aharon went and brought back to Pharaoh, and he said to them, go, serve Yahuwah your Elohim. Who are the ones that are going? And Moshe said, we are going with our young and our old, with our sons and our daughters, with our flocks and our herds. We are going, for we have a festival to Yahuwah. And he said to them, let Yahuwah be with you as I let you and your little ones go. Watch, for evil is before your face. Not so. You men go now and serve Yahuwah, for that is what you desired. And they were driven out from the presence of Pharaoh. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, stretch out your hand over the land of Mitzrayim, for the locusts to come upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat every plant of the land, all that the hail has left. And Moshe stretched out his rod over the land of Mitzrayim, and Yahuwah brought an east wind on the land all that yom and all that laylah. Morning came, and the east wind brought the locust. And the locust went up over all the land of Mitzrayim, and settled within all the borders of Mitzrayim, very grievous. There had never been locusts like them before, nor would there again be like them. And they covered the surface of all the land, so that the land was darkened. And they ate every plant of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left. And no greenness was left on the trees or on the plants of the field in all the land of Mitzrayim. Pharaoh then called for Moshe and Aaron in haste and said, I have sinned against Yahuwah, your Elohim, and against you. And now please forgive my sin only this once, and pray to Yahuwah, your Elohim, that he would only turn away this death from me. And he went out from Pharaoh and prayed to Yahuwah. And Yahuwah turned a very strong west wind, which took the locust away and blew them into the sea of reeds. Not one locust was left within all the border of Mitzrayim. However, Yahuwah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not let the children of Israel go. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, stretch out your hand toward the Shemayim, and let there be darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even a darkness which is felt.
Okay, hang on. All right. So the plague number 8 is locusts, which looks like a nightmare to me. Is there a foreshadow of the locusts? Roz.
The locusts that are in Revelation. They've got the really big locust.
Yeah, where's that at?
I don't remember. I just remember the story.
9. Go to Revelations 9. So Revelations 9. Let me see. 3. 2 and 3. And he opened the pit of the deep, and smoke went up out of the pit like the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun was darkened, also the air, because of the smoke of the pit. And out of the smoke, locusts came upon the earth, and authority was given to them as the scorpions of the Eretz possess authority. And it was said to them, they shall not harm the grass of the Eretz or any green thing or any tree, but only those men who do not have the seal of Yahuwah upon their foreheads. And if you go down to 7, it keeps going. And you go down to 7, and the locusts looked like horses prepared for battle. And on their heads were crowns like gold, and their faces were like faces of men. And they had hair like women's hair, and their teeth were like lions' teeth. And they had breastplates like breastplates of iron, and the sound of their wings was like the sound of chariots of many horses running into battle. And they have tails like scorpions and stings, and in their tails is their authority to harm men 5 months. And they have over them a sovereign, the master of the pit of the deep, whose name in Hebrew is Abandon, but in Greek his name is Apollyon. The first woe is past. Okay, so those two names means destroyer, either way. In Hebrew, it means destroyer, and then in Greek, that name means destroyer. Okay, so there's your the reality. What do you think this end time plague of locusts is? Are these real locusts? Roz?
Helicopters. That's what I've always heard, that it was helicopters.
Yeah, helicopters look like locusts, don't they? So if you were John, and you saw a bunch of helicopters, and you didn't know what they were. Not only did you not know what they were, You've never seen them before, but you had no word in your vocabulary to even describe them. How would you describe them? Well, I'd say locust would probably be a pretty good way of doing it, because that's what they look like. And I know Speedy wants to screen share, so we'll go ahead and screen share. Calm down, Speedy. He's getting all excited over here. Wants to know if I'll get him some popcorn while we do this screen share. You ain't getting no popcorn, Speedy. Be still. Oh, look at this thing, man. Does that look like almost the exact description of what we just read? Look, teeth of iron, hair like a woman. Hair like a woman up here. And these, look at that, teeth like a lion. Look at the eyeballs right here. Eyeballs, power in the tail. Missiles, fire stuff, and smoke coming out. A man in here, looking like the face of a man. Then this cockpit right here. Look at the horn coming out here. Looks like a horn, like a stinger. I mean, right here. I think he did a really great job of describing what we're looking at right there. What do you all think? Did he not do a good job of describing modern warfare? Look at this one. Man, wow. Yeah. Teeth like a lion. No wonder he described them as locusts. I have one really cool picture that looks like a locust, man. Almost identical to locusts. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions while I'm looking for this picture? Yay, no, maybe. Oh, look at that one. I got to show you this. This is crazy right here. Okay, put yourself in John's shoes, right? You've never seen a helicopter before, a jet or anything. You're living back in the ancient days there, right? And all of a sudden you see this in a vision. What would you call it? Looks like a bunch of locusts to me. I don't know. I mean, some of these are just mind-blowing now. I mean, some of them, that's just crazy stuff, man.
That's funny you pulled that up, Mark, because right when you did, I was like, that does look like a bunch of locusts just coming at you, a bunch of helicopters.
It does.
They also look like the scorpion, too, because the way that the back end comes up.
Yeah.
Because he also describes it as that, too.
Look at that one. Does that look like a locust or what? Yeah, no wonder he described it in that fashion. But, I mean, there's some really, wow. I mean, this one. If you saw this one coming at him, oh, no. It's no wonder. Speedy's really liking this. He's getting off on this. Look at that. Could that be what John saw? Looks like eyeballs, the eyes, nose, man. I mean, look at the power in the tail, the woman's hair. I mean, wow, huh? Yeah, I think he was talking about fire and smoke coming out of one of them, wasn't he? Yeah, let me show you this last one. We'll move on. This may be what he saw right here. Very good possibility of it. Look at that one. What would you do if you saw that one? You didn't know what it was. I mean, wow. Fire and smoke. coming out of the pit, locusts. I mean, I think he did a great job in describing this modern day helicopter. That's insane, isn't it? All right. Good stuff. Number 8 is locusts. Any thoughts, comments, questions? Definitely a huge foreshadow. No doubt about that one. Okay, go ahead and finish. Let's go ahead and do the next one. Number 9, the plague.
All right. Chapter 10, verse 22. And Musha stretched out his hand toward the Shemaim, and there was thick darkness in all the land of Mitzrayim for 3 yomim. They did not see one another, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 yomim, while all the children of Israel had light in their dwellings. And the Pharaoh called to Moshe and said, Go serve Yahuwah, only leave your flocks and your herds behind. Let your little ones go with you too. But Moshe said, You yourself are to provide us with slaughterings and burnt offerings to prepare for Yahuwah our Elohim. And our livestock are to go with us too. Not a hoof is to be left behind, for we have to take some of them to serve Yahuwah our Elohim, and we ourselves do not know with what we are to serve Yahuwah until we come there. However, Yahuwah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said to him, Get away from me. Watch yourself and see my face no more. For in the yom you see my face, you die. And Musha said, You have spoken rightly. Never again do I see your face.
It's getting down to the nitty gritty now. Okay, total darkness. Wow. Is there any foreshadow here? What's the foreshadow?
Lights out. Lights out.
Day of Yahuwah, right? The day of Yahuwah. Out. This is foreshadowing the day of Yahuwah. Great darkness. Everybody seeing it? Everybody understanding it? Okay. Yeah, that's amazing to me. Absolutely. Lights out. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions on the darkness, the 9th plague. Okay, so that takes us into 11, chapter 11, to the 10th plague. Go ahead, JJ.
And Yahuwah said to Moshe, I am bringing yet one more plague on Pharaoh and on in Mitzrayim. After that, he is going to let you go from here. When he lets you go, he shall drive you out from here altogether. Speak now in the hearing of the people, and let every man ask from his neighbor, and every Asha from her neighbor, objects of silver and objects of gold. And Yahuwah gave the people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites, and the man Musha was very great in the land of Mitzrayim, in the eyes of Pharaoh's servants and in the eyes of the people. And Musha said, Thus said Yahuwah, about midnight I am going out into the midst of the Mitzrayim, and all the firstborn in the land of the Mitzrayim shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the female servant who is being in the hand behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of cattle. And there shall be a great cry throughout all of the land of Mitzrayim, such as has never been or ever be again, but against any of the children of Yisrael, no dog shall move its tongue against man or against beast, so that you know that Yahuwah makes distinction between Mitzrayim and Yisrael. And all these servants of yours shall come down to me and bow down to me, saying, Get out, you and all your people, at your feet. And after I shall go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great displeasure. But Yahuwah said to Musha, Pharaoh is not going to listen to you in order to multiply my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. And Musha and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh. However, Yahuwah hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not let the children of Israel go out of his land.
Wow. Okay. So that's the 10th plague, the death of the firstborn of Egypt. Now there's a firstborn that did not die. Who was that? Who was the firstborn who did not die on this day of the plague? This night. Roz?
None of the children of none of the Hebrews.
Right. The firstborn of the Hebrew did not die in this plague. Right? Because they were protected by the blood of the Passover lamb. Right? Okay, so what's the foreshadow of this? Phyllis?
The blood of Messiah to cover our sins.
Yeah. The Passover lamb. Yeah. Sacrifice of Yahusha. All right. The death of the firstborn. Yahusha was the firstborn of all creation. And he died. And so the death of the firstborn here, does it not foreshadow that as well? Well, it does. I don't know what else to say about it. It's pretty straightforward for sure. Unbelievable. Yeah, he hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not let the children of Israel go out of his land. Can't believe it. It's just craziness. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this one? And so the foreshadow to this would be the sacrifice of the firstborn of all creation, Passover lamb. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, questions? Give me a reader for that chapter 12, and then we'll wrap it up. Who wants to finish the day off? Go ahead, Phyllis.
And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aharon in the land of Mitzrayim, saying, This month is the beginning of months for you. It is the first month of the year for you. Speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, On the 10th yom of this month, each one of them is to take for himself a lamb, according to the house of his father, a lamb for a household. And if the household is too small for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to him, his house, take it according to the number of the beans. According to each man's needs, you make your count for the lamb. Let the lamb be a perfect one, a year-old male. Take it from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it until the 14th yom of the same month. Then all the assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it between the evenings. And they shall take some of the blood and put it on the 2 doorposts and on the lintel of the houses where they eat it. And they shall eat the flesh on that Lila, roasted in fire, with unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Do not eat it raw, nor boiled at all with water, but roasted in fire, its head with its legs and its inward parts. And do not leave of it until morning, and what remains of it until morning you are to burn with fire. And this is how you eat it: your loins girded, your sandals on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Passover of Yahuwah. And I shall pass through the land of Mitzrayim on that Lila, and shall smite all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both man and beast. And on all the mighty ones of Mitzrayim I shall execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. And the blood shall be a sign for you on the houses where you are. And when I see the blood, I shall pass over you, and let the plague not come on you to destroy you when I smite the land of Mitzrayim. And this Yom shall become to you a remembrance, and you shall observe it as a festival to Yahuwah throughout your generations. Observe it as a festival and everlasting law. 7 Yom you shall eat unleavened bread. Indeed, on the first Yom you cause leaven to cease from your houses. For whoever eats leavened bread from the first Yom until the 7th Yom, that being shall be cut off from Israel. And on the first Yom is a set apart Micra, and on the 7th Yom you have a set apart Micra. No work at all is done on them. Only that which is eaten by every being, that alone is prepared by you. Excuse me. Verse 17, and you shall guard the festival of unleavened bread, for on this same Yom I brought your divisions out of the land of Mitzrayim. And you shall guard this Yom throughout your generations, an everlasting law. In the first month, on the 14th Yom of the month, in the evening, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 21st Yom of the month in the evening. For 7 Yomen, no leaven is to be found in your houses. For if anyone eats what is leavened, that same being shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether sojourner or native, or the land of the land. Do not eat that which is leavened in all your dwellings. You are to eat unleavened bread. And Moshe called for all the elders of Israel and said to them, go out and take lambs for yourselves according to your clans, and slaughter the Passover lamb. And you shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood that is in the basin. And you, none of you, shall go out of the door of his house until morning. And Yahuwah shall pass on to smite the Mizrites, and shall see the blood on the lintel and on the 2 doorposts. And Yahuwah shall pass over the door, and not allow the destroyer to come into your houses to smite you. And you shall guard his word as a law for you and your sons forever. And it shall be, when you come to the land which Yahuwah gives you, as he promised, that you shall guard this service. And it shall be, when your children say to you, what does this service mean to you? Then you shall say, it is the Passover slaughtering of Yahuwah, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Mitzrayim, when he smote the Mitzrites and delivered our households. And the people bowed their heads and did obeisance. And the children of Israel went away and did so. And Yahuwah had commanded Moshe and Aharon, so they did. Anybody want to take over from here?
I'll pick it up for you. Okay.
Thank you.
12 verse 29. And it came to be at midnight that Yahuwah smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne to the firstborn of the captive who was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of livestock. And Pharaoh rose up in the Layla, he and all his servants and all the Mitzrites. And there was a great cry in Mitzrayim, for there was not a house where there was not a dead one. Then he called for Moshe and Aaron by Layla and said, Arise, go out from the midst of my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go serve Yahuwah as you have said. Take both your flocks and your herds as you have said, and go. Then you shall bless me too. And the Mitzrites urged the people to hasten to send them away out of the land, for they said, We are all dying. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, having their kneading bowls bound up in their garments on their shoulders. And the children of Israel had done according to the word of Moshe. And they had asked from the Mitzrites objects of silver, objects of gold, and garments. And Yahuwah gave the people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites, so that they gave them what they asked, and they plundered the Mitzrites. And
okay, hang on a minute now. Okay, so right there is where the plagues end. So there's 10 plagues, and they end right there. Okay. This, of course, is the worst one. You know, the death of everybody's firstborn son and firstborn animals. You know, the first fruits of the land of Mitzrayim was taken, and so this was the worst of the worst of all the plagues, worse than all the other plagues put together, really. So the firstborn of the Mitzrites taken. It was like chopping off your right arm. That's how bad that is, this plague. It was really a bad plague. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, June, let's continue.
Chapter 12, verse 37. And the children of Israel set out from Ramses to Sukkoth, about 600,000 men on foot, besides the little ones, and a mixed multitude went up with them too, also flocks and herds, very much livestock. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, since they were driven out of Mitzrayim and had not been able to delay, nor had they prepared food for themselves. And the sojourn of the children of Israel who lived in Mitzrayim was 430 years. And it came to be at the end of the 430 years, on that same Yom, it came to be that all the divisions of Yahuwah went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It is a Layla to be observed unto Yahuwah for bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. This Layla is unto Yahuwah to be observed by all the children of Israel throughout their generations. And Yahuwah said to Moshe and Aaron, This is the law of the Passover. No son of a stranger is to eat of it. But any servant a man has bought for silver, when you have circumcised him, then let him eat of it. A sojourner and a hired servant does not eat of it. It is eaten in one house. You are not to take any of the flesh outside the house, nor are you to break any bone of it. All the congregation of Israel are to perform it. And when a stranger sojourns with you and shall perform the Passover to Yahuwah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and perform it, and he shall be as a native of the land. But let no uncircumcised eat of it. There is one Torah for the native born and for the stranger who sojourns among you. And all the children of Israel did as Yahuwah commanded Moshe and Aaron, so they did. And it came to be on that same Yom that Yahuwah brought the children of Israel out of the land of Mizraim according to their divisions.
All right, thanks, John. Okay, so a lot of stuff there. Like I say, the plagues ended at 36. Then they go. They're taken off. They've taken all the wealth of Egypt with them. And then we get into the Passover, the law of the Passover. This is very important. Make sure you're marking that here in chapter 12, verse 43. On to the end of that chapter is the law of the Passover. This is huge. And no son of a stranger is to eat of it. That means you shouldn't invite people that aren't delivered or being delivered into your Passover meal. So you shouldn't bring a unbeliever, an atheist, a pagan, this type of person in there and share your Passover meal with them. Is what this is saying. If they're going to, then they need to be circumcised, their entire household, and then they can partake of it. Now look at 45. A sojourning and a hired servant does not eat of it. It is eaten in one house. You are not to take any of the flesh outside the house, nor are you to break any bone of it. What is that a foreshadow of? What is that foreshadowing right there, that verse? Anybody know? Sandra?
Yahusha's bones was not broken, and it's a foreshadow also that the word cannot be broken.
Yeah. Who's the Passover lamb?
Yahusha.
Yahusha. So this is prophesying that the Messiah his bones will not be broke. Okay, and so we see that in Isaiah 53. Is it? We see this prophecy. They broke the bones of the robbers on each side of him. Remember, they broke their leg bones because that makes them die real fast when they did that. But they didn't break his because he was already dead. So they stuck the spear up into his side just to make sure he was dead. So up into it, under his ribs to his heart, to make sure he was dead is what they did. And then water and blood gushed out. I probably won't be able to find that right away. I know it's here though. Well, there's something here.
It's somewhere in the Psalms too about his bones not being broken.
Yeah, it's somewhere. I don't know. I thought it was there, but it's not. But at least I don't see it right off the top of my head. But anyway, that's foreshadowing Yahusha and his bones not being broke, which is a huge foreshadow here. Okay, so don't take it out. You're not allowed to take it outside and eat it, none of the flesh. And if there's it, you're only supposed to cook it as much that can be eaten by whoever's in the meal. And if there's any lamb left over when daylight comes, you're not allowed to eat it. You got to take it outside and burn it in a fire. It don't matter if it's the Sabbath or not. You need to go burn that meat the next morning. Not allowed to eat it. There's the rule of the Passover here.
Hey, Mark, real quick, I found in Psalms 34:20, it says he guards all his bones, not one of them is broken.
Okay, which one is that?
Psalms 34:20.
Okay. All right, cool. All righty, man. Good stuff. Any thoughts, comments, or questions at this point? So huge, huge, huge foreshadow, isn't it? These plagues. I mean, just mind-blowing, isn't it? Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, it was about chapter 5. Is that where we started? No, we started in chapter 6.
Yeah, chapter 6, yeah.
Yeah, so there was a part that we were at some point talking about when Moses is saying that he doesn't have the Ruach to speak to Pharaoh, or why will Pharaoh listen to him?
Yeah, uncircumcised lips.
Something of that nature. Yeah. Well, then I thought about it, and Pharaoh was his grandfather up to a degree, because he was picked up by Pharaoh's daughters of the river, and he grew up in Pharaoh's household, right? So I think that, I don't know, it came to me that, you know, we did not pay attention so much to the fact that he grew up there, he was raised by them, and now he has to go against them. So I'm assuming that, you know, maybe he was also like, he was having a hard time trying to like go against the household that saw him raised for a big part of his life. So maybe that's where, you know, the short of lips or whatever the saying was, you know, maybe kind of like dilutes into that he was part of that household at some point, and he was his grandfather, or I think he was his grandfather. No,
I think we read that everybody that wanted to kill him had died. So I think it was a different Pharaoh here. And we read that everybody
there was no relation whatsoever. The people.
Yeah, remember, he was trying to get out. You know, he was worried about it, and Yahuwah said, "Everybody that was against you, wanted to kill you, is dead. So go." Remember that?
Oh, I see.
So I mean, I took that as Pharaoh, and whoever else, you know, were dead. Remember that? So that would have been back in, I think, one of them chapters from last week.
Right. Yeah. I mean, but maybe the people who sought to kill him, but I mean, probably not everyone of the household.
Well, Pharaoh wanted to kill him. That's why he took off. Remember, Pharaoh had to kill him because that was Pharaoh's law. If you killed an Egyptian, you had to be killed. Remember?
Yeah, no, I know that part. I remember.
Pharaoh had to kill him.
But I'm saying maybe not everyone of the household wanted to kill him. I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know who they were. It doesn't tell us that. But it does say that everybody that wanted to kill him for whatever reason were already dead.
Okay.
And I can't find it. I don't.
Right. I
know it was from somewhere in there last week.
Yeah. Okay. That was it.
Yeah, I can't find it, man. It's in there somewhere from last week. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? June?
Yes, I noticed here in verse 35, where they had asked the Mitzrites object of silver and objects of gold and garments. That same thing is going to happen again right here, right in this Armageddon here, when this is shielded. In Zechariah 14:14, Yahuwah shall fight at Jerusalem as well, and the wealth of the nations round about shall be gathered together, gold and silver and their garments in great quantities. So there's another shadow right there.
Yeah, right there. Yeah, it's just power packed with shit. This whole thing shadows of something crazy, man. Never thought about that before, that there were so many shadows here in these plagues. But yeah, I mean, seems like every single one of them is some type of major shadow for the future. Definitely the boils, the water turned to blood, the great darkness, the great hail, even the frogs, I think possibly is too. But yeah, the death of the firstborn, that 10th plague, that's foreshadowing the death of the firstborn of all creation. So that's a foreshadow too. There in chapter 9. Or was it 10? Chapter 10, 11. I mean, yeah. Wow. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on any of this today? I think we're going to stop right there, y'all. Pick up on that next week in 13. We'll find out that even though it appears that Pharaoh has let his people go, he really hasn't, has he? He really has not, because he chases them down to the Red Sea. So he's still, even after all this, he's not going to let them go. He's going to chase them down to the Red Sea, try to make them come back. Then Yahuwah just ends it, just destroys the entire army, Pharaoh's army. And now they've become extremely weak. Go ahead, Sandra.
So, Sister June, would you mind, what scripture was that in Zechariah you were reading?
14:14.
14:14, thank you. I also noticed that in 14:6, and in that young it shall be, there is no light, it is dark. Thank you, sister.
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, wow. There's actually, out of the 10 plagues, 7 of them are foreshadows of the 7 bowls. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Maybe 6. But it would be a vial, so 5. 5 of the 7 are foreshadows, man, of Armageddon. Is that crazy? Oh, wait a minute. I'm not saying that right. 7 of the 10 are foreshadows of Armageddon. That's amazing. I really never realized that till today, till we just studied that. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, questions about today's study? Any thoughts, comments, or questions about last night's study? Any thoughts, comments, or questions about anything at all? Anybody want to know why Oz is sitting there with his left hand holding up his cheek? Or why Sanda's reading? Or why I'm looking like an idiot? Or why Phyllis is rocking? Or why JD's wrapped up in a blanket? Any questions at all about anybody?
I'll make a quick comment. JJ's got one too. Going through this Passover, we see a lot of Christians today having their little Passover seders. They all get together, and they say, oh, we're part of the people. You'll see them, and I have talked to several, but they're just really going in there and profaning what he has said, the way he has set it up to be done. And then calling on the false names on top of that. But, I've heard a few of them talk about it like, it's just a great big party. We're just going, we're going to go have a big Passover Seder, and I just feel real bad about that. It's just like, they think, I don't know. I don't know. It's just how it comes off, like, we know what we're doing, but they really have no idea what they're doing. And I really do think that is so sad for them. I do.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of people try really hard to make it somewhat resemble Christian holidays. Like there's got to be more to do than just this, because they're so brainwashed and used to doing certain things during the holidays they were raised on, and they're like, they're looking for something to do every time one of the appointed times comes up. Well, what they fail to realize is the first 4 appointed times have already been fulfilled. So there's really nothing to do other than treat them as a memorial and observe them as a Sabbath. The ones that are supposed to are the ones that are Sabbaths. Other than that, there's really nothing to do. They've been fulfilled, man. It's like kicking a dead horse. And now the 3 fall festivals or appointed times in the fall have not been fulfilled yet. So Yahushua, when he came, the first coming is the Lamb of Yahuwah. He fulfilled the first 4 festivals. On his second coming, as the King of Kings and Master of Masters, he will fulfill the last 3 festivals, which has not been filled yet. And so there are things to do as they're Moedim, and they're set apart Mikra. So there are things to do. Well, one of them is a fast, and the other one is a festival, a feast, and things like that. But then you have to take into account that 3 of them are pilgrimage appointed times where it was required for men 20 and over to migrate to Jerusalem to do them. Well, there's no temple there. And so what are you going to go there to do? And so you can't do any of the things that half of the things that you're supposed to do. You can't do them anymore. So you got to consider that as well. And so it takes a while, to study and learn. And but if you're vigilant, you will, someday you'll understand what you're supposed to do and when you're supposed to do it and what you don't have to do, and go from there. But it takes a while because we want to do all kinds of stuff, man. Our mind's trained to set up Christmas trees and put up lights and cook big meals and wrap presents and, color eggs and dress up like a demon. And, so we're like, come on, man, it's got to be something. What else? What am I going to do? What am I supposed to do? What do you do? What am I supposed to do? What do you do? We get it every year. It just drives you out of your mind. Go ahead, Sandra.
I think Yahushua said to do in remembrance of him was the bread and the wine feast.
The Last Supper. Okay, so I was going to bring that up. I'm glad you said that. Okay, so what? Remember when I asked you? I said, okay, so not all the firstborn died that night, right? So what did you say? The firstborn of the Hebrew did not die that night, right? Well, that's what the Last Supper is all about. It's a memorial the Hebrew and the Galilean, around the Lake of Galilee are the ones that observed that. The ones in Jerusalem did not. And so it was a memorial, a reminder, and the celebration that not all the firstborn died that night. The firstborn of the Hebrew did not. And that's what they were celebrating and observing, okay, at the Last Supper. And they also call it the Last Supper because it was the Last Supper they would eat for a 24-hour period, which would take them into the first day of unleavened bread. As soon as it got dark, and then they would eat the Passover meal. Okay.
I wanted to also say there's a scripture that Paul wrote in, I think it's in Corinthians, that's why there's so many sick and beggarly among us, because they're doing it unworthily, because the circuses try to do it every first day of their services. They call themselves having that celebration about the bread and the wine.
Yeah.
By the Catholic Church, so that's a violation too. That's
we call that the communion.
And it's sort of like mixing. It's mixing. They're serving idolatry and they're serving Yahuwah, so they're kind of mixing the worship when they do that. When we do that.
I just want to know where Ash Wednesday comes from. Like, what is all that with the ashes on their forehead? What is that?
The celebration of Tammuz.
My God, I thought that was Christmas.
It's the celebration of wooding, G-O-D, wooden. That's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Basically, when they say Wednesday service, they're worshiping wooden, which is what they get the name Wednesday from. It's just a Celtic pagan worship of a pagan God, what it is. And they throw that ash cross on their forehead is a sign of death.
I was working at the grocery store and a bunch of people walked in and I said, "What in the pagan Sheol is going on in here?"
That's right.
That was great.
It creeped me out. I've never seen it before. I was really concerned about all these people.
Yeah, I mean, that sun wafer that they put in your mouth and then that communion thing, that's the sun. A lot of them even have sunbursts going around the edge of them if you look at them real close. But with the whole idea of that is they're staking the Messiah over and over and over again. Every time they do that is what they're doing. And so they're eating his flesh and they're drinking his body, and they're doing it. And they think what they teach is by doing that, then you can get the Ruach HaKodesh because you're eating his body and drinking the blood, and you can get the Ruach HaKodesh that way. That's what they say. And so it's kind of a weird twist in religious ritual, crazy pagan stuff all around. But obviously that's not what that's all about. And you don't do it once a week or whatever, twice a week. You do it once a year, and you don't even do that anyway. You're supposed to eat matzah and drink wine in remembrance of what he did. So that's all that is. And that's on Passover, it's on the Last Supper. It's not the Passover meal. It's the Last Supper, the 24 hours before the Passover meal, which is eaten as soon as it gets dark on preparation day, is when you do the Last Supper. And then 24 hours later, as soon as it gets dark, that's when you eat the Passover. And that's actually the first day of unleavened bread. And then that evening, they eat the dinner, the celebration of unleavened bread that evening. So there's two dinners on that day, if you look at it like that. Some of them wait till it gets dark, but there's really nothing to back that up, So really, there's two dinners that day. It'd be as soon as it gets dark, On the first day of unleavened bread, you eat the Passover. And then before it gets dark, before the sun goes down, you eat the unleavened first day of unleavened bread dinner. A lot of people say, no, you got to wait till it gets dark. Well, then you're eating it on the second day of unleavened bread, which don't make any sense. So like I said, man, it's hard to figure it all out. But once you do, you find out it's a lot easier than you thought it was. And there really isn't a whole lot to be done once you get it all figured out. Well, you listen to people, you'll think there's a list of 100 things to do. You listen to other people instead of studying yourself. I wonder sometimes where they come up with some of the stuff they do. It's like, where you come up with that?
It's puzzled me why people get happy over him being on the cross and being unalived on it. I've had people tell me that, and it's like, I just don't understand it at all.
Mm-hmm.
For him to be unalived, and it's our fault, with it. So
it's a memorial, it's not a celebration, but it's a memorial. Literally, you're remembering what we just read,
yeah,
bringing the children of Israel out of Egypt and delivering them out of Egypt, out of slavery. But
it was specifically said about when he that he died, that they were just happy over it, and this is somebody talking about it nowadays.
I can understand the angle they're coming from, because he died. He shed his blood, and so therefore, what it blotted out our sins. I mean, that's probably is something to be happy about. I'm kind of glad he did that, because if he didn't, we'd all be in trouble, right? But on the other hand, what's more, do you think is more of a celebration, his death or his life when he was resurrected? His resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's why we get to live, because he was resurrected. We can be resurrected.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think his life is a better celebration than his death, But I mean, I don't understand where Scripture says, it's better to celebrate one's death than one's birthday or one's birth. I'm not really quite sure I'll get that one unless they're talking about the rebirth. If that's what they're talking about, then I get it. And that may be what it's saying. That could be what it's talking about. So better, so in other words, when you're born in the flesh, into this fleshly world, or born in the Ruach into the spiritual, being spiritual child, is more celebration than being born into this world, this fleshly world. And I think that's what it probably means. Other than that, it don't make any sense. Right? It's not making any sense if it's not that. So
I would say man born of a woman is full of troubles and hardships.
And one born of the Ruach, it's been reborn. He's got life now. So that would be a better celebration. So better warrants death in his immersion, water immersion, than being born into the fleshly world, because that's just death anyway. So I mean, I can see it that way, at that angle.
Shalomo is the one that wrote Kohelet. He probably didn't have the vision about the death and the resurrection. He was limited there in all the wisdom that he had. He didn't have that. Is why he wrote that.
He was pretty smart.
He's pretty smart, but his point of view on, if you read Kohelet, he was really looking at fleshly things more than he was the Ruach-like things, the eternity.
You can see that in Moses too, right?
Yeah. Until he got trained. Moshe was being trained. He began to say it. Those last few plagues, he didn't say anything about I have uncircumcised lips. He just went out there and did it there.
Yeah, he got used to his job, right?
Yeah, he got trained. He's being trained like we are.
Yeah, I'm trying to read this book right here. This is my son wrote this thing. See that? It's so complicated, man. I mean, yeah, it's complicated. It's hard to read. It's a hard read. There he is right there. It don't look like me at all, does it? Yeah, I don't know. It's hard read, man. I read a couple pages and I gotta put it down. It's like, oh, what's he talking about? Go ahead, folks.
Last night's teaching was on truth, and truth or the lie. It's one or the other. And you were equating truth with the word of Yahuwah, that you could replace the word of Yahuwah with the word truth. And I was just wanting to see if this fits, because I love this verse. John verse 1, chapter 1. In the beginning was the word, or truth. In the beginning was the truth, and the truth was with Elohim, and the truth was Elohim. That really, really works, I think, in my heart.
It works.
Thank you.
It works. That tells me the word is one. That's what that tells me. Michael!
You gonna say hi?
Hey, boy.
He's not feeling that good. He had a ear infection last night, yesterday, the whole day.
Is he talking any better yet?
Yeah, he's talking a bit better, but yesterday he was like all day with his ear, and then he went to sleep, and it was like a rough night with his ear. Well, it was more the day.
No,
Half the night. Beginning of the night was rough.
Yeah,
The change of weather here is like, yeah, we're in the minus. At night is like minus 15.
They don't know what that is.
Minus 15. Hold on, that's
You have to look up on
Celsius in Fahrenheit. What is it like?
We don't know Celsius either. We're Americans.
I'm gonna stop complaining about 51 now.
Oh man, I don't know.
I'm gonna stop complaining about 51. You guys probably be like summertime to you, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. I'm like 35 is freezing, and I have no complaints anymore.
I'm gonna stop complaining. Minus 15, man. Woo.
Try 26.
You had 26? No.
Oh no, that's 5. Minus 15 Celsius is 5 Fahrenheit.
Oh, 5. Oh, okay. That's still cold.
5, yeah, 5 degrees. Yeah. I still don't get it with the Fahrenheit, like the conversion. I'm better at converting like pounds to grams, but in Fahrenheit and Celsius, oh man, I could just
Chain Joe up. Chain him up. Don't let him out.
Oh, I know. I'm going to have to be more careful with that one and put an extra coat on him, the one he left off yesterday.
Yeah, you better put that chain on him and chain him up to the bedpost or something.
Put 2.
Huh? Yeah, 2 of them. Then he'd be like, yeah.
2 pairs of long johns.
Oh, 2 pairs of long johns.
2 long john shirts. 2 pairs of socks.
Well, when we go,
thermal socks.
Yeah, I have on 4 layers when we go hunting. So, and I still get cold, and I have 2 coats on.
I'll tell you what to wear to go hunting so you don't get cold. I used to have to unzip it and open up is insulated coveralls, them work coveralls. Throw them over top your clothes. You'll be peeling stuff off. You'll be so hot.
I hadn't been wearing them around.
I need a pair of those.
I have a pair you can borrow, June. They're in my trunk with my go bag.
There you go. You bring
Good
them next.
idea. Good idea.
Mhm.
Yeah. You know those ones like you get Tractor Supply or whatever that are tan color, insulated coveralls that are tan. That's what I used to hunt in.
Mine are camouflage though, June. They won't be able to be seen, be hidden.
I think animals are colorblind, aren't they? They don't know what color you're wearing.
Pretty much. They see blue pretty good. So you have to watch out for blue.
Yeah, see blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why you wear the orange? Like the
The orange appears gray to them.
It
So-
appears
They're orange so the other hunters can see you.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, it protects other hunters from shooting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it has nothing, no, but it has nothing. Like, how do the deer see you with the orange?
Gray.
Gray.
It looks gray.
They look. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They only see black, gray, white, and blue animals. Almost all the animals, that's all they see.
If you don't move, they probably won't even see you. It don't matter what you got.
Yeah, they've been real. I mean, they'll
They
walk.
don't smell you now.
They'll walk right under you if you don't
Yeah,
move.
they'll walk. I mean, they'll just stand there and kind of look at you funny, like, what is that?
I've walked right on top of them before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, up to them.
And if they don't smell you.
They don't smell you. Smells what it is. You got to walk into the wind.
Come on, Joe. Let's do this.
Let's do it, Joe. Get us out of here, man. I'm hungry.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem
Love
Yahuwah.
you all.
Baruch haba b'shem. Love you.
I
Love
need
you
a
all.
top.
Yes,
All
thank
you ladies are just glowing.
Hi, JJ.
Bless you.
Hi,
Yeah.
June.
Shalom.
Love you
Good to
guys.
see y'all.
And Mark, I've
Love
got
y'all.
you on the way, so I'm real excited.
Yeah.
I can't wait for it to get here. So,
Hey, stay on for a minute. I'm going to talk to you for a second.
okay. You want me to stay on a minute?
Oh, yeah.
Bye.
Bye, bye.
Bye, Roz. Take care. Keep in touch with me.
Bye, Mark.
Hang loose, Goose.
Oh, okay.